morning. If we can take our seats, please. You're ready to start. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. The 352nd meeting of the Windham School District Board of Trustees is reconvened in accordance with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, the Open Meetings Act. During this meeting, the board will be conducting business from the agenda posted in the Texas Register. Members of the Windham School District Board of Trustees present for this meeting include myself, Eric Nichols, Vice Chair Faith Johnson, Secretary Dr. Rodney Burrow, Ambassador Sishan Siv, Pastor Nate Sprinkle, Sidney Zeiker, and Tom Fordyce. A quorum is present, and the 352nd meeting of the board is again declared open. As a reminder, this meeting is being conducted in person here at the Cambria Hotel in North Austin and is also being broadcast on the Texas Department of Criminal Justice YouTube channel. It is 8:01 a.m. Before we get started, I would like to invite everyone present to stand as you are able and join us as a board in pledges of allegiance. Texas Department of Criminal Justice Chief Programs Officer Jason Clark is approaching the podium to help lead us in the pledges. Thank you, Mr. Clark.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one, under God, one, and indivisible.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. I would now ask Windham School District Trustee Pastor Nate Sprinkle to offer a word of prayer as we start our meeting.
Thank you, Chairman. Would you all pray with me this morning? Almighty, sovereign, good, loving, gracious Creator God, we are grateful this morning and always for life and breath and health and abilities and skills and minds and wisdom to do good for the improvement and betterment of our families, ourselves, and certainly for others. And Father, we're thankful for this privilege. We're thankful for also the responsibility that comes along with these things you've given us. And Father, this morning, as part of the Windham School District Board of Trustees, this board is thankful for all the wonderful staff and educators and administrators of Windham School District who get to have such an important part in the education, rehabilitation, and restoration and recovery of lives that have been broken. What a joy it is to be a part of that. So today in our Windham School District Board meeting, Father, we ask that in all that we celebrate and consider, in all that we discuss and decide, in all that we do, as is said in your word, may the words of our mouth and the meditation of our hearts be pleasing, be acceptable in your sight, O Lord, our rock and our Redeemer. And we pray these things in the precious name of your Son, our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor Sprinkle. Good words. As a courtesy to speakers and guests in the meeting, we please ask all of you to set your electronic devices to the silent or vibrate mode. We very much appreciate everyone being here today, and especially our public officials and our staff representatives who are with us here today or who are watching online. The Windham School District Board of Trustees is committed to providing an opportunity for public presentations on posted agenda topics, as well as public comments on issues within its jurisdiction as provided in Board Rule 300.1. Persons interested in speaking at today's meeting were required to complete and submit a registration card at least 10 minutes prior to the meeting's posted start time. As no cards were received prior to the required deadline, the board will not be hearing public presentations on posted agenda topics today or public comments on issues within the board's jurisdiction. So let's begin our Board of Trustees meeting with recognitions. I understand that we're going to be having Windham School District's Department Director of Instruction, Ms. Luann Pickett, who's going to be joining us to recognize Assessment, Advisement, and Records Administrator Andrea Kruger. So, Ms. Pickett, It's good to see you this morning, and whenever you're ready, please proceed.
Well, good morning, Chairman Nichols, Vice Chair Johnson, board members, and Superintendent Hartman. It's my pleasure today to introduce to you one of my team members. Miss Andrea Kruger is being recognized today following her recent promotion to Administrator of the Assessment, Advisement, and Records Department with Windham School District. Ms. Kruger holds a Bachelor of Science in Criminal Justice and a Master's in Educational Administration and Supervision, both from the University of Houston, Victoria. Ms. Kruger began her career in corrections in 2012 as an instructional parole officer at the Stiles and McConnell units. A visit to the Windham classroom sparked her passion for education and inspiring her transition into teaching in 2014. Since then, Ms. Kruger has taught 4th, 5th, and 6th grade math in Beeville, Fort Stockton, and Willis Independent School Districts. In recognition of her dedication, she was named Fort Stockton Intermediate Teacher of the Year in 2017. After several years in public education and relocating across Texas, Ms. Kruger returned to corrections in January of 2021 as a Life Skills Instructional Specialist in Windham School District's Professional Development Department. She was promoted to a principal in February of 2022, serving the Holiday and Huntsville campuses and later the Wynn and Goree campuses. Under her leadership, high school equivalency completions at the Holiday campus saw significant and sustained growth. At the Wynn campus, Ms. Kruger partnered with the Texas Department of Criminal Justice to establish education housing, improving access and efficiency for our students. She's also contributed to district-wide initiatives through the Principal's Focus Group. Her results-driven leadership earned her recognition as the 2025 East Texas Region Principal of the Year. In December of 2025, Ms. Kruger advanced to the Administrator of the Assessment, Advisement, and Records Department, where she oversees student placement and testing pathways. Ms. Kruger brings innovative ideas, deep knowledge of campus operations, and strong ethic grounded in servant leadership with high expectations. We are very proud to have her in this important role. Outside of work, she enjoys warm, sunny days by the pool or living the lake life with her husband and her children. Please join me in congratulating Ms. Kruger on her well-deserved promotion.
Thank you, Ms. Pickett and Ms. Kruger. Please, first of all, congratulations on stepping forward. I know that I speak for all the members of the board to say that this is no surprise that you're stepping forward to take on this position. We've seen your work out in the field, out on the campuses, and so we are very happy that you are taking the initiative to step forward in this additional leadership role. So with that, would you care to share a few words with us?
Yes, sir. Again, Chairman Nichols, Superintendent Hartman, and members of the board, thank you for today's recognition. It is both a great honor and a great responsibility to lead the district's student advisement and placement pathways. I'd also like to extend a heartfelt thank you to my husband, Andrew. His support, quiet strength, and unwavering belief in me allows me to do the work that I do. He's a big part of who I am today, and I'm forever grateful for him. And lastly, I would like to acknowledge my supervisor, Ms. Pickett. Her leadership, availability, and wisdom have guided me through my career, from giving me my first opportunity in school leadership to supporting my continued growth. She has been an invaluable mentor to me. I'm truly grateful for her guidance, her example, and the trust that she has placed in me. Again, thank you all for today's recognition.
Thank you. All right, our next recognition will be presented by Windham School District's Division Director of Instruction, Mr. Kevin Sonic. Mr. Sonic, good to see you this morning. I understand you'll be recognizing Regional Principal Felicia Johnson for her new promotion. So when you're ready, please proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Nichols, Vice Chair Johnson, board members, and Superintendent Hartman. Ms. Felicia Johnson is being recognized today for her recent promotion to the Bluebonnet Regional Principal. Ms. Johnson is a dedicated educational leader with more than 20 years of experience with Windham. Throughout her career, she has advanced through roles including testing specialist, teacher, student advisor, principal, department administrator, and now serves as regional principal. In 2023, she was appointed as the administrator for the Assessment, Advisement, and Records Department, where she championed excellence and innovation across the district prior to serving in her current role as regional principal. Ms. Johnson holds a bachelor's degree in sociology and dual master's degrees in licensed professional counseling and school counseling. She maintains a Texas Educator Certifications in Generalist 4 through 8, school counseling, and principal administration. Known for her servant leadership mindset, Ms. Johnson encourages and empowers students and staff to reach their full potential. She values lifelong learning and continually grows through collaboration with colleagues, team members, and the students that she serves. Her leadership is grounded in authenticity, transparency, and high expectations. She actively involves her team in strategic planning to support shared ownership and collective success. Among her notable achievements are being named Windham's 21-22 Principal of the Year, establishing the culinary arts and family literacy programs at the Cofield campus, expanding campus support through additional student advisor specialists and regional records clerks, increasing online testing capacity, implementing the test of adult basic education test tracking system, launching testing campaigns for high school equivalency completions, and improving departmental culture during a period of transition and restructuring. Recognized by her peers as genuine, authentic, and a true leader, Ms. Johnson embodies the mission and values of Windham School District. Her work continues to inspire excellence across every campus she serves. Please join me in thanking Ms. Johnson for her immense service and congratulating her on her well-deserved promotion.
Ms. Johnson, if you'll step up to the podium, and just as with Ms. Kruger, I'll speak on behalf of the board, it is so gratifying to see folks that we have seen out doing the work every day, being that servant leader, advance, and are actually willing to step forward and advance into additional leadership positions. So with that, Ms. Johnson, would you please share a few words with us as you embark on this next stage of your journey?
Good morning, Chairman Nichols, to Ms. Johnson, to the other board members, and especially to Ms. Hartman. I just want to say thank you to each of you for what you do and for what you allow us to be able to do. When I first started this journey, I came looking for a job, but what I found was a career and an opportunity to help others and to be able to bring to the table everything that God has afforded me to be able to share with others. So I'm extremely blessed and grateful for this opportunity. And as I continue and move forward, I plan to bring my all to everything I do. So thank you all for everything.
We know you're going to be bringing your all. Do you have another comment? Do you want to?
No,
okay.
I'm just
all right.
excited.
No, that's very inspirational. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So our next recognition, and Ms. Johnson is going to remain with us because our next recognition will be presented by Ms. Johnson, and I understand you are going to be recognizing Travis Campus Principal Christina McDaniel. So whenever you're ready to recognize someone else, and how fitting is that, right? With what you just said, that you're being recognized, but then you're recognizing someone else. So whenever you're ready, Ms. Johnson, please proceed.
Yes. So, Ms. Christina McDaniel is recognized today for her leadership as the principal at the Travis campus. Ms. McDaniel is an experienced educator with more than 20 years of experience. She joined Windham School District in August of 2025, bringing with her a deep commitment to academic excellence and meaningful career readiness for all students. Ms. McDaniel holds a Bachelor's of Science and a Master of Education from the University of North Texas. Before transitioning to Windham, Ms. McDaniel spent 15 years as a middle school and secondary mathematics teacher. Over the past 7 years, she has served in public school administration roles to include principal, campus testing coordinator, and dean of academics, where she led campus improvement efforts, served as a trained safety marshal, and supported staff development across the school setting. These experiences have shaped her reputation as a calm, safety-minded leader capable of navigating complex, high-stakes environments and professionalism. During her time with the district, Ms. McDaniel has led the integration of culinary arts programming for all youthful learners at the Travis campus. She prioritizes supporting that students receive high-quality opportunities, and she works closely with the Texas Department of Criminal Justice to coordinate services, create consistent expectations, and develop pathways for long-term success. This innovative program equips students with industry certifications, hands-on workforce training, and practical preparation for the future. Outside of work, Ms. McDaniel enjoys making the most of her newly quiet home now that her children are grown and off to college. I'm living for the day. A season, she jokes, has given her more free time and significantly less grocery shopping. She loves paddleboarding and boating with her husband and unwinding with a good puzzle, especially on the weekends when the house miraculously stays clean. Please join me in thanking Ms. McDaniel for her excellent leadership over the district's Travis campus. Thank you, Ms. McDaniel.
Thank you again, Ms. Johnson, and thank you, Ms. McDaniel, for stepping forward. And I like those words, especially given the role that you're going to be having among a population as diverse and as motivated in many ways as the population at the Travis campus. So appreciate your stepping forward, and would you care to share a few words with us?
Thank you, Chairman Nichols, Ms. Johnson, the board, and Superintendent Hartman. I just want to thank you for the opportunity to make that transition from public school to this setting. It has been, I've had a lot of support from the Windham district, and I look forward to many, many, many years here and appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next recognition will be presented by Windham's Central Texas Regional Principal, Azure Mock. Ms. Mock, I understand you will be recognizing Coleman and Kyle Campus Principal, Ms. Lori Lay. So when you're ready, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Nichols, board members, and Superintendent Hartman. Today, I have the pleasure of recognizing Ms. Lori Lay, principal of Coleman and Kyle campuses, for her outstanding service to the district and its students. Ms. Lay began her career in K-12 education as a fourth grade teacher, serving not only in the classroom but also as a team leader and technology mentor to her fellow educators. Her exceptional leadership quickly propelled her into administration, where she served as an assistant principal, academic director, human resource coordinator, and principal for a non-traditional high school before transitioning into education and corrections. Ms. Lay holds a Bachelor of Arts in Health, Recreation, and Sports Management with a teacher certification and a Master's of Education and Administration from the University of Texas at Austin. Her legacy in education dating back to 1996 includes the creation of the Read Naturally program, a collaboration effort among partner schools, students, volunteer parents, designed to improve reading fluency. 30 years later, the program continues to make a significant impact on literacy development. Ms. Lay joined Windham in November of 2023 as a student advisor at the Coleman Kyle campuses. In April of 2024, she was promoted to campus principal. With more than 30 years of educational experience, she has dedicated her career to shaping students' futures. She brings a unique combination of persistence, compassion, and strong leadership to every role she takes on. Ms. Lay leads a professional, caring team to help students earn their high school fluencies and build pathways to meaningful, long-term careers. She believes deeply in the transformation power of education, guided by her personal motto, when you know better, you do better. Outside of work, Ms. Lay enjoys spending time with her family, supporting her husband in movie production projects to bring the spirit of the Old West to the screen. Please join me in thanking Ms. Lay for the impact she continues to make at Coleman and Kyle campuses, where her leadership supports staff and transforms students' lives every day.
Principal Lay, if you'll step up to the podium. Every time I talk about a principal, it kind of takes you back to your own school days, doesn't it? So I'm flashing back to the days that I spent in the principal's office.
That's
so,
right.
So forgive me for that. But thank you so much, and I'll say the same thing to you that you heard me say about the Travis unit, because I know that population at the Kyle and Coleman campuses, not as well as you do, but I know that population. I know there's an eagerness for learning, for advancement among that population, and I know that, and the rest of the board knows, that you are doing everything you can to leverage that eagerness and really make some positive change among that community. So thank you so much for your leadership, for what you have done, we know you'll continue to do, and please, if you're inspired to, share a few words with us.
Yes.
But don't send me to detention.
There we go. Good morning, Chairman Nichols, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Hartman. Just want to thank you for this opportunity, the opportunity to serve my community, to serve my teachers and my staff, and to serve the unit as well as, most importantly, the adult learners. I want to thank Ms. Mott. The regional support above me is really important, and so I appreciate that immediate support right there, and then the support of Huntsville. And then lastly, I couldn't be able to do my job without the work that you're doing. So thank you for the work that you're doing that allows me to do my work. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we leave recognitions, Superintendent, sometimes things just kind of dawn on you, but as part of our recognitions at these Board of Trustees meetings, I don't think we're doing the same thing that we do in our Texas Board of Criminal Justice meetings, which is to recognize those who have had years of service. So maybe that's something we should think about adding as part of our recognitions at these meetings. The next agenda topic covers consent items, which are listed in the board's posted agenda. For excused absences, we will include excused absences for Dr. Rodney Burrow and Ms. Sydney Zeiker from the December 19th, 2025 meeting. With that, are there any amendments, objections, or abstentions to the proposed consent items? Hearing none, the consent items posted for the meeting's agenda will stand approved. The next item on our agenda is a report from our superintendent, Ms. Christina Hartman. If you are ready, Ms. Hartman, you may begin.
Yes, so today I'm going to take a bit of time to share some information regarding successes in calendar year 2025. So I'll start by saying thank you to all of our wonderful teachers, administrators, and staff for making the things happen that I'm going to describe in this report, and certainly thanking the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for their support in our endeavors. So the first thing I'd like to discuss is beginning of 2025, the legislative session. We had over 50 legislative interactions, including office visits and hearings, and some of those events that you all were present at to support us. I'll note that on the photos here, you'll see the second photo there is actually a picture of a couple of our principals and regional principal with one of our legislators. So we took it upon ourselves to do some training, got some great information from Kate Blifford of Governmental Affairs, who is fantastic, and encouraged our principals prior to the legislative session to go out and meet their elected officials and explain and answer questions related to Windham School District. I really think that this positioned us well to have our legislators better informed on who we are and what we do, being able to see leadership from the field. So the next thing I'd like to highlight is the post-secondary expansion and consortium participation. As you all are aware, we're very thankful from the support for Texas Department of Criminal Justice and our 89th legislative session that allowed post-secondary education to transition over to Windham School District. And it's been really great getting to go to some of the graduations, which I know some of you all have experienced, getting into those post-secondary education classrooms and solidifying pathways for students to progress from Windham to higher education. So this included quite a bit of collaboration and training with our higher education partners, reaching out to partners and expanding partnerships. So you'll see that we have doubled the number of higher education partners now that are operating or preparing to operate within TDCJ, which is a great accomplishment, and of course impacts the lives of our students as they return to the Texas communities and our Texas business owners, employers, as they receive some new fantastic employees. Next, we updated our mission and vision statements to align with what we're doing now, and you'll see our mission is to guide, motivate, and empower students through innovative educational pathways, and the vision is to be a leader in education by inspiring excellence and transforming lives. These mission and vision statements were developed by bringing staff together from all disciplines across the state, campus-based staff, Huntsville administration staff, and spending a couple days in rooms together, brainstorming, looking at our strategic plan, and developing goals. Next, we continue to reach out to partners in different states as well as in Texas to message what is education and corrections, what are the impacts of education and corrections. So over the past year, we've participated in a variety of conferences, participating on panels, joint presentations with TDCJ. So some of the newer presentations or audiences that we've engaged with are partners in higher education in our Texas communities. And that's bringing awareness to not only the opportunity for higher education partners to operate in TDCJ and serve our students, but to make them receptive to receiving our students as they're coming back into the communities to their community-based campuses. And of course, some of the other conferences related to American Correctional Association and things of that nature, we continue to participate. I think one of the things that we hear, unfortunately, still quite often is, we didn't know you existed. This is so fantastic. We'd like to get involved. We wish we would have known about this a long time ago. And I think that some of our principals and teachers have said the same thing to us. Okay, and now we'll highlight our staff survey results came in recently, and you can see between 2022 and 2025, we've increased from a staff satisfaction rate of 75%, and before that it was actually 72%, to 82%. So that's fantastic, and I think we do that by listening to our staff and by having focus groups, by taking the information that they provide on the staff surveys, and when something makes sense, implementing it. And I think I do this every year, but a shout out to Judge Johnson, because you were the first in one of our meetings when we first met. It may have been our very first meeting, and we were talking to you about the staff survey, and you say, that's great that you get it, but what do you do about that? Do you tell them what you've done with it? Do you send a message out to the district? And we've done that every year since that conversation, so thank you. Then we're still looking on the next slide at instructional quality and data-driven strategy. So if you'll progress to, oh, there it is. No, I had my glasses on, and these are readers, so I apologize. So we're continuing to make gains in high school equivalency certificates and career and technical education certificates. So the district awarded over 13,000 industry-based certifications, and those are certificates and curriculum that's recognized by industry partners. So when they present that information at a job interview, we provide April Zamora's team and the reentry department with that. The employers can make that connection with something they know and something that the students have achieved, and really have a better idea of what their skill sets are coming out. All right, so next, we have some information on technology integration, and I don't want to steal the thunder of an upcoming report, so I'll just say a couple things on this. Looking at the photos here, you can see that the use of virtual reality is continuing, and then you may recognize that celebrity on the right there, Mr. Ron Hudson from the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, and this is a great partnership that we have for boiler room operators, and that was, I think, a TDCJ vision that this is a high demand, high wage job. And that's actually the way that the class is conducted, is that a teacher in Huntsville in the administration building is providing remote instruction to these students through the system here. And you see that we have both men and women participating in these courses. And this was just a great opportunity for leadership to engage with the students, extend our appreciation to them and to the instructors for everything that they're doing. And we actually recently heard from a student who wanted to enroll in another program that put in a request and said, I'm in the boiler room operator apprenticeship, and I just took a look at the wage earnings there. I want to make sure that you don't move me to that other program, because this is what I love and this is what I'd like to continue doing. Okay, and then on the next slide, you'll see some of our innovative programs there, and you all may recognize this is the Bartlett campus, and we have a student on a lift here, and we were on a tour the other day, I think, with a couple of our audience members, and we saw the students out on the lift, and we said, well, how long have you been in this class? And they said, day 2. So they're upskilling very, very quickly. Also thankful to the Texas Workforce Commission, Texas Workforce Solutions, for awarding a grant that allowed us to expand advanced welding programs. And you know, looking at the next slide, we have one of the things that I think we're very proud of over this last year in partnership with our post-secondary partners and within the school district is leveraging the voices of graduates and students with lived experience. So bringing folks back into the setting, bringing folks to conferences that have, you know, walked in the shoes of someone that has received their technical training, their college in Texas Department of Criminal Justice. So most recently, and I know this is a 2025 report, but I have to tell you, at the American Correctional Association conference earlier this month, one of our former ECHO reporters presented with us and colleagues from several other states. Just happens to live in the area there in California, and it was a very well-received presentation. And I think that Mr. Lumpkin would agree that both of us and our teams really learn when we listen to folks that have lived experience, who have some really great ideas that we hadn't considered previously. And then several of you were present when we had our statewide professional development, bringing over 1,100 employees together for targeted professional development. A lot of great comments on the staff survey about this, and the return on investment, I think, was great, not only for the professional development that they received to be able to thrive in their jobs, but also for the networking that occurred, the sharing of ideas, and getting together, I think for the first time as a district, all together and being able to engage in those conversations. So we're seeing some great outcomes based on the training we had there. One of them being AI, and I'll be the first to admit that it has encouraged me to begin using AI appropriately with verification, and it's been a game changer. The next slide, we're happy, and this again points to a suggestion from someone with lived experience that there is now an ECHO office at the Murray campus for the women, and on the left you'll see our assistant editor, Ms. Dupree, there with Bambi Kaiser, who many of you probably recognize from the ECHO at the Wynn campus. So the ladies have been doing a great job contributing from that office, and it's really strengthened the ECHO and the publication. And then on the right there, I'm right in the middle in the yellow. That is at the O'Daniel campus, and that's the warden in the Santa hat at the front. And this is a 5K that was arranged by the Recreation and Wellness Department and the Women of Wellness. So this is a 5K where the residents and the staff ran together. And I have to tell you, I planned on walking it, and I ran almost the entire thing. And the reason I ran almost the entire thing is because 2 of the ladies wearing white were running right next to me, encouraging me. And it was a really great show of how, you know, regardless of the setting that you're in, when you get into that, you know, the adrenaline's going and you've got people encouraging you, that we're able to work together. And I haven't run that far since then or as fast, but it was a really good experience, and we hope to do it again in the future. And a big thank you to Warden Lozada, who's doing innovative things every day at that campus. right, and then we're continuing with the Correctional Education Association accreditation. 17 campuses earned accreditation, and this accreditation is also accepted from the American Correctional Association. It's really great that we have folks with really significant experience in education coming in and assessing our campuses. The most recent assessment, the auditor said, I like what I see so much that I'm going to come back outside of my role as an auditor just to learn more about what Windham School District is doing.
There you go.
And then you all are familiar with our biennial evaluation report. We've had some conversation a few meetings ago regarding extending the length of time that we look at wage earnings and things of that nature. And we've added the post-secondary partners and the occupational licensing that we're going to measure. And this has recently been awarded to Florida State University to conduct our biennial evaluation report. They have a very well-known criminal justice school there in a premier research department. So we're looking forward to seeing what we can learn from that report. And then finally, looking ahead to 2025, Dr. Burrow and I were just visiting before the meeting about our Marine Service Technology program. So this is going to be a new endeavor for us where students at the Telford campus are learning about marine boat motors and things of that nature. So we've spoken with some folks in the field, and it seems that a lot of their employees are retiring now, so this is one of those great areas. We'll be able to provide some significant training and plug folks into those careers. And just really want to conclude by saying we highlighted some of the things that we've done. There's a whole lot more in addition to that, but this would not be possible without, of course, our fantastic educators and the support from Texas Department of Criminal Justice. TDCJ is an excellent partner. We work so very well together, and we appreciate them for allowing us to do what we do on a daily basis. And that concludes my 2025 overview.
Well, don't stop on the picture to the right. I mean, you got to talk about another program. Is that a picture of participants in the RV?
Yes,
program?
that's the RV Service Technician Program, and this is just a slide highlighting that. And this program is launching at the Dalby campus as well. I think many of us will be there in the very near future to celebrate the opening of the Dalby campus. So it's funny, on that RV Service Tech program, we publish in the Echo the list of programs, and I've started to hear from the men, well, when do we get our program? And I said, well, now you know how they have felt in the past as well at the ladies' facilities. I said, they got it first this time, and they're doing a fantastic job. So,
but we're going to get the men working on it?
They're going to be working at Dalby.
Okay,
RV.
excellent. Well, thank you so much, Superintendent, for that excellent report. And I just want to point out, language is very important. And so I'm sure you heard in the superintendent's comments that she's referring to education in corrections rather than some prior verbiage that was correctional education or other phrases, because it truly is, as the superintendent was talking about, it is education. It's not about corrections education. It's about a whole person approach to education, and so I appreciate your use of that language that reflects that. With that, other questions or comments from board members? Anyone got any comments or questions? If not, that means you did an excellent report, so thank you very much, Superintendent, for that report.
Thank you.
So next is the chairman's report, and I have two topics for the report this morning. First, I'm going to be joined again by Ms. Pickett, Ms. Luann Pickett, if you would join us again, to discuss the 2025 art extravaganza at a gallery in Huntsville, which is called the Be Free Gallery, and that is located inside the historic Greyhound station there in downtown Huntsville. And as a board, we visited an art installation in connection with our December 2025 Board of Trustees meeting. Daniel Salaya envisioned the Emerge, a project called Emerge, in 2014 during his incarceration in TDCJ. The Be Free Gallery, which now serves as the home for Emerge, was established later as a space to showcase a growing art collection. So as a Windham alumnus himself, Mr. Salaya created Emerge to give artists the opportunity to be recognized for their creativity during incarceration. And that collection, we saw it with our own eyes, now holds more than 300 works of art. So with that introduction, Ms. Pickett, please proceed.
Well, good morning again, Chairman Nichols, Vice Chair Johnson, board members, and Superintendent Hartman. And I want to say before I start, thank you for coming and participating in this event and making it so special for us. So this morning, Mr. Salea is viewing the meeting online, and he graciously welcomed our district leadership into the gallery alongside of you all, our board members, and leaders from the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. Students from across the district submitted their work for regional voting, and the top pieces from each region advanced to the final showcase with 13 works in total. These finalists represented the very best of our students' talents. And I, again, want to say thank you for your help in making this such a special event. And at your encouragement, we're going to make it an annual event.
Excellent. And Mr. Salai, if you're watching us online, welcome. We appreciate you and the work that you're doing there in the gallery. And I just want to add that beyond the works that were in the competition, there were a number of other amazing works of art on display that were created by members of TDCJ's populations. And this gallery is helping to build a bridge between those members of the TDCJ populations and the outside world. As we could see for ourselves, and as I'm sure the world can see through this gallery and otherwise, we have members of the populations who are not only skilled in the arts, but actually are dedicating their times in TDCJ to furthering their advancement and their art. So thank you very much, Ms. Pickett, for joining me in this portion of the report.
Thank you.
On the second topic, I will now shift the report to what everyone in the Windham School District Board of Trustees or the Texas Board of Criminal Justice knows is one of my favorite subjects, and one that was just previewed by the superintendent: modernization of organization, workplace practices, and programs. As I have said many times, and I just saw an ad, there was just an ad recently, Superintendent, about an internet service provider that backs this up. It was a ad about somebody who was moving, and how the very first thing she did before she hooked up her water utilities or her power was what? She set up her internet service and Wi-Fi. So the need for bandwidth and wireless access is moving ever closer to the top of the pyramid of human needs. And our legislature, as our superintendent mentioned earlier, the legislature recognized this too in its last session. After hearing from Windham leadership, the 89th Texas Legislature provided funding to Windham for campus bandwidth connectivity and additional information technology positions to expand and enhance technology support to students and staff across the district. To support the overarching goal of integrating online digital resources into classroom instruction, the district developed an implementation plan that identifies and sequences campuses for the initial rollout. Upon plan completion, each post-secondary, academic, life skills, and career and technical education classroom will have wireless connectivity. Isn't that amazing? And each Windham teacher will have at least 5 student devices, 1 interactive whiteboard panel, and 1 set of virtual reality headsets per principal. With classroom connectivity, teachers will be able to access online learning management systems to enhance instruction, expand the use of multimedia resources such as videos, as we saw earlier, and differentiate instruction delivery. Now, at the same time, of course, proper access controls and security remain a top priority throughout this implementation process. A draft policy is in the final stages of development and outlines the steps for approving and whitelisting URLs. Student access is closely monitored, and limited only to those URLs that have been approved in accordance with this policy. As a standard industry practice, internal network configurations or Wi-Fi access details are not disclosed publicly. Additionally, network access is restricted to pre-approved, district-configured devices only. So we very much appreciate this sensitivity to making sure that we have the appropriate controls on this technology. Now, phase 1 of the implementation plan focuses on 29 campuses for the 2025-2026 school year, with priority to those campuses offering post-secondary programs. The IT department hit the ground running and has successfully established its campus at the Holiday Unit as the first connected campus. This connectivity allows students to take assessments online, such as the General Education Development, GED, tests of adult basic education, and the National Center for Construction Education and Research. Online testing allows assessments to be conducted more frequently with faster turnaround results. So the next campus to be connected, the campus at the recently acquired Dalby unit, has Wi-Fi being utilized by the principal and staff members. Once the computer lab is ready, IT will connect computers and begin the online testing preparation. Now, to continue connecting campuses outlined in phase 1, the IT department is collaborating with external stakeholders to assess campus layouts and identify the optimal number and placement of wireless access points to achieve the best performance. So in addition to expanding wireless connectivity, Windham has made progress in providing additional devices to teachers and classrooms. Since the start of the 2025-2026 school year, the district has purchased and distributed 29 of these virtual reality headsets to the campuses included in phase 1. As I mentioned earlier, the whiteboards. Over 200 interactive whiteboards have been purchased and are being received in scheduled batches to accommodate installation and campus delivery. As these devices are deployed, the district's academic and instructional technology department is providing teachers with training on learning management systems to enhance instructional effectiveness, promote responsible use, and support overall digital literacy. Now, for our students, 800 laptops are scheduled to be ordered this school year for these 29 campuses in phase 1. So again, the board is very appreciative of the consistent hard work being done by Windham's IT and academic and instructional technology departments, as well as, and this is extremely key to this board, the support and collaboration with the Texas Department of Criminal Justice throughout this technology implementation plan. As we heard from those legislators when we were asking for this investment of public funds in these programs, the legislature, state leadership, expects us to have a unified effort as between Windham School District and TDCJ to implement this technology. So we need to have unified plans of action when you're talking about technology and technology access in facilities that include Windham campuses. In addition to holding monthly meetings to review updates, action items, and timelines, we know that TDCJ remains committed to implementing network improvements that enable Windham campuses to utilize available bandwidth in support of instructional initiatives. As the school year continues, the district's technology modernization efforts are well underway, with staff continuing to work towards the ultimate goal for full connectivity across all campuses and additional devices to support the very best instruction that can be provided. As a board, we look forward to supporting and seeing the impactful instruction that will emerge from these enhanced instructional methods and technologies. And I encourage all board members, as I know, I don't need to encourage this board very much because I see you out there in the field, but I encourage you to continue your individual efforts to see and experience these technology and modernization efforts in person at our Windham campuses across the state. And so with that, I will conclude the chairman's report. Any additional comments or suggestions from the board with respect to this modernization effort? If not, we'll move on to our next item on our agenda, which is a presentation on the 2025-2026 District Improvement Plan. Mr. Sonic, you're going to be coming up again. You're going to be presenting on this plan. So when you're ready, Mr. Sonic, please proceed.
Thank you. Once again, good morning, Chairman Nichols, Vice Chair Johnson, board members, and Superintendent Hartman. My name is Kevin Sonic, Division Director of Instruction with Windham School District, and today I'm pleased to present the 25-26 District Improvement Plan. This plan is grounded in our updated mission to guide, motivate, and empower students through innovative educational pathways and aligns closely with our vision of being a leader in education by inspiring excellence and transforming lives. The 25-26 District Improvement Plan builds upon the momentum of the previous year while responding to the evolving instructional workforce and operational priorities. The plan is organized around 6 strategic goals designed to strengthen student outcomes, staff capacity, organizational effectiveness, and post-secondary success. Goal 1 focuses on providing adult education and literacy instruction that improves academic skills, prepares students to earn a high school equivalency certificate or high school diploma, and increases outcomes upon reentry. Key performance objectives under this goal include maintaining campus attendance rate of 92%, achieving an 85% enrollment rate for eligible students under the age of 22, earning a combined total of 3,500 high school equivalency certificates and high school diplomas, and awarding 15,000 industry-based certifications. Strategies supporting this goal emphasize data-driven attendance monitoring, strengthen collaboration with unit-level administration, targeted student advisement, expanded hands-on instructional activities, and consistent progress monitoring across campuses. Goal 2 prioritizes the delivery of high-quality professional development for instructional and administrative staff. This includes targeted training in math instruction, supports for students with disabilities, life skills curriculum modernization, instructional technology utilization, and industry-aligned career and technical education instruction. The plan emphasizes differentiated professional learning opportunities delivered through academies, workshops, focus groups, and peer collaboration. Goal 3 addresses staffing stability and workforce capacity. Strategies under this goal focus on enhancing recruitment through partnerships with universities, job fairs, and professional organizations, as well as improving staff retention by reducing turnover through leadership development initiatives, including the implementation of the district's Leadership Academy, which all you remember being briefed on before the December 2025 meeting in Austin. Goal 4 emphasizes improving and promoting communication with students, staff, and external stakeholders. This goal includes optimizing communication channels to increase student engagement, strengthening internal communication through consistent information sharing practices, and district-wide tools and expanding outreach to external stakeholders, including alumni and industry partners. Person-centered language, messaging student and staff successes, increased use of digital platforms, and collaboration with the Texas Department of Criminal Justice are key components of this goal. Goal 5 focuses on continuing to integrate and enhance technology for both staff and students. Performance objectives include expanding connectivity to additional campuses, improving student access to secure wireless networks and instructional devices, piloting technology-equipped campuses, and leveraging the Instructional Technology Committee to evaluate education in corrections, tools, and software. I'm happy to report that a majority of these objectives are underway, and these efforts support the instructional innovation and access to learning resources. Finally, Goal 6 centers on facilitating student placement into post-secondary education, apprenticeships, and career pathways that are aligned with high-wage, high-demand fields. Strategies include expanding partnerships with post-secondary institutions, increasing participation in apprenticeship programs, strengthening career advisement, supporting occupational licensure attainment, and connecting graduates to employment opportunities within TDCJ and beyond. As we discussed in previous meetings, the number of post-secondary partners has grown significantly. In addition, TDCJ and Windham now hold quarterly meetings to review job assignment placements and support alignment with workforce program completion areas. This goal reflects Windham's continued commitment to long-term student success. Across all 6 goals, the 25-26 District Improvement Plan includes clearly defined strategies, assigned responsibilities, and review cycles to promote accountability and continuous improvement. Using this plan, campuses prepare their campus improvement plans to support goal fulfillment. Together, these efforts position Windham to strengthen instructional quality, support staff excellence, expand student career readiness, and continue transforming lives through education. This concludes my report, and I will pause for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Sonic, for that excellent report. I just have one follow-up question. You mentioned the list of post-secondary partners is expanding, so if we can just go back to the list of our workforce partners, the kind of the second chance workforce partners that we have out there. I'll ask you and the superintendent, how big a list is it? I don't want you to name names, but how big is that list now in the order of magnitude?
Well, I don't know. I see, I think Mercy back there. I know, what is it, over 200 now workforce partners? 1,200. Wow.
12.
I really undershot that.
That's the number I wanted. So thank you for that. So I just wanted to highlight that we now have 1,200 employers out there in the world that have stepped forward and recognized that a single felony conviction does not create a situation where someone will never be able to hold meaningful employment and contribute positively as a member of society. So we thank again those workforce partners, and we welcome more. We want more than the 1,200, right? So we're gonna keep growing that list. But I just wanted to raise that. I think Ms. Zeicher had a question as well.
I do. Regarding goal number 2, interestingly enough, I've received quite an increase of questions about how we are accommodating students with disabilities, in particular those who are neurodivergent in some capacity. So it's been on my list to ask you about. I just haven't gotten to it. But is there anything further that you can speak to, or Kevin, about how we're serving that population?
Sure. I would like to add that we've have an ADA specialist that is supporting our campuses with talking with students and identifying those students who have disabilities, specifically those over the age of 22 who might have learning disabilities that they're not currently receiving special education services. Mm-hmm. But we have very strong processes in place to identify those students, assist those students, mm-hmm. to provide the appropriate accommodations they may need to be successful.
That's great. Thank you for doing that.
Welcome.
Excellent question. Any other questions from the board? Oh, yes, sir, Pastor.
Thank you, Mr. Sonic, for that overview of the goals and the specifics of them, the reminder again. I'm just curious, since we're now in 2026 and I know what the answer is going to be. Is Windham School District tracking progress toward those and on track to get there?
Absolutely. One data point that I can share with you right now is regarding our high school equivalency numbers. We're currently at 30% higher than we were this time last year. And that's, the great work of our campus level staff and our instruction that we're providing in our classrooms. And other data points are our attendance numbers with the collaboration with TCJ are right on track, and we meet quarterly to talk about what's working, what's not working, which campuses are overperforming, which campuses are underperforming, so we can provide the appropriate supports so they can meet the goals that we have in our district improvement plan.
Good. Thank you for that, and look forward to hearing completion of
Yes.
those. Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Another excellent question. Any other questions? If not, Mr. Sonic, thank you very much for that presentation.
Thank you.
Our next item on the agenda, and I think I previewed this earlier by talking about our operations and populations at Coleman, Kyle, and Travis. So we're going to recall our campus principals, Lori Lay and Christina McDaniel, and they will be presenting today on an overview of those campuses. So when you are ready, please proceed.
Good morning, Chairman Nichols, Vice Chair Johnson, board members, and Superintendent Hartman. It's an honor and a privilege to speak with you all today to share the exciting work that is happening at the Coleman and Kyle campuses within the Central Texas region. Collectively, the campuses serve over 150 students across several educational programs, including academics, life skills, and career and technical education, CTE, all designed to prepare graduates for successful integration into the community following re-entry. Our academic program is focused on helping students earn their high school equivalency, the HSE certificate. Our literacy teachers, Ms. Geraldine Trice and Ms. Simona Denny, collaborate closely with students to identify and close learning gaps using our individualized study plans, the test of adult basic education known as TABE, the 11 and 12 curriculum, and specific learning software. This targeted instruction prepares them to take and pass the 4 subtests in the General Education Development GED exam with confidence. In addition to the HSE program preparations, Windham partners with our Goodwill Excel Center at the Coleman campus to provide an accelerated high school diploma program, expanding the traditional diploma pathway for individuals who are meeting that program criteria. The Changing Habits and Achieving New Goals to Empower Success, known as the Changes Program, instructed by Mr. Larry Ramirez, equips our students with essential life skills to help them live responsibly and navigate those everyday challenges. As part of the Going Home module, each student creates a resume and participates in our mock interviews. The curriculum also addresses the personal development, the healthy relationships, and the other life skills crucial for a successful return to their family and to community life. Patrons at our units are given opportunities each week to visit our campus libraries, which hold collections of between 3,000 to 5,000 books, with our dedicated college and career sections. This school year, we are incorporating additional services to include career planning workshops for resume writing. Our campus library assistant and 2025-26 Support Staff of the Year recipient, Ms. Deborah Brandt, who you met, takes great pride in maintaining our collections. Our CTE program is designed to prepare students for success in today's job market by equipping them with hands-on, industry-relevant skills. The Coleman campus currently offers training in our business information management, instructed by Ms. Emma Trujillo. Students receive training in Microsoft Word, Excel, and customer service. Upon completion, students earn a Customer Service Specialist Certificate from the ETA, which is the Electronic Technicians Association, after passing their CSS exam and completing the 240 classroom hours. We are also partnering with Austin Community College, offering continuing education classes in logistics, welding, and manufacturing. In addition, ACC has visited our Kyle campus to conduct an initial assessment for potential workforce training programs. The Coleman and Kyle campuses have a dedicated group of professional staff that create such a positive, encouraging learning environment. In addition to the staff above that I've mentioned, the campuses benefit from the expertise of our student advisor, Ms. Leslie Strength Thompson, our testing specialist, Ms. Leanne Skinner, administrative assistant, Ms. Joanne Rahario, and myself as principal. I am proud to share that our average monthly attendance is an outstanding rate of 97%, and we thank our TDCJ partners for prioritizing program attendance. Our team is centered around helping each student find that daily success, and I am proud to lead both of these amazing campuses. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share with you today, and I will now turn it over to Ms. McDaniel for her presentation on our Travis campus.
Good morning again, Chairman Nichols, Vice Chair Johnson, board members, and Superintendent Hartman. Thank you for the opportunity to share updates on the Travis campus. I began my role as principal at the Travis campus in August of 2025, and it has been an honor to serve our students, staff, and Windham School District in this capacity. In this short period of time, the campus has made significant progress supported by strong collaboration between Windham and our TDCJ partners. This school year, we have added 6 classroom peer tutors, welcomed a new academic teacher, Mr. Echt, for our Youthful Learner students, and restructured the Youthful Learner program to better meet their educational and social and emotional needs. Our campus has strengthened classroom structures, expanded support systems, and enhanced both our CTE and re-entry programming. The Travis campus serves approximately 210 adult students each month, along with 5 to 10 youthful learners under the age of 18. Instructional programming for adults includes multiple levels of literacy instruction, an introduction to culinary arts course, the Changes program, and the cognitive intervention program. These offerings work together to support academic growth, skill development, and re-entry success. Youthful learners receive structured academic instruction tailored to their individual needs and career-focused culinary arts training. Windham values its partnership with TDCJ's Rehabilitation and Re-entry Division as we collaborate closely to meet the needs of the youthful learner population. Academic instruction is led by literacy teachers Mr. Echt, Ms. Fuller, and Ms. Behetto, who differentiate lessons through small group instruction, peer tutoring, and individualized study guides. Chef Richard leads culinary arts, offering training in food preparation, sanitation, kitchen operations, and customer service. Changes is taught by Ms. Miley, and the Cognitive Intervention Program is led by Ms. Reisinger. Austin Community College has also conducted an assessment at the Travis campus and received approval to provide career and technological education courses. The Travis campus library provides weekly access to patrons and supports both academic and personal growth through structured class visits and independent reading and checkout opportunities. Library assistant, Mr. Drummond, helps maintain this essential resource. Travis is supported by a strong leadership and support team, including student advisor, Ms. Amy McIntyre, testing specialist, Ms. Melissa Taylor, and administrative assistant, Ms. Reese. I want to extend my sincere appreciation to the Windham Board of Trustees and district leadership for your ongoing support of our campus. Your leadership enables us to strengthen instruction, expand opportunities, and create meaningful pathways for students we serve. This concludes our campus overview report, and we will pause for questions.
Well, thank you, Principal McDaniel, and thank you, Principal Lay, for walking us through the hallways of the great work that's being done at the Coleman, Kyle, and Travis campuses. Any questions or comments from our members of the board? If not, thank you so much for doing the work that you're doing. As I said earlier, our board just wants to make sure that we're getting this great programming, the reach of this programming reaches even more members of our populations. And I know you all are both committed to doing that. So we look forward to that progress as well. So with that, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Our final item on the agenda is a presentation relating to this board, and I understand that presentation will be made by Wyndham's Communications Administrator Danielle Nichols. Ms. Nichols, you are at the podium, and when you are ready, please proceed.
Good morning, Chairman Nichols, Vice Chair Johnson, board members, and Superintendent Hartman. My name is Danielle Nichols, Communications Administrator with Wyndham School District. January marks National School Board Recognition Month, a time to honor the dedicated individuals who guide our district with vision, integrity, and unwavering commitment to staff, students, and our communities. Each of you devote countless hours through intentional involvement and effective decision-making, evaluating the learning experiences of students who come to Wyndham seeking new skills, opportunities, and second chances. Your leadership strengthens our programs, empowers our instructors, and positions our students for lasting success. Through your distinct experience and expertise, each of you advance the Wyndham mission and help propel our work forward. Thank you, Wyndham Board of Trustees, for your consistent hard work and support. We did bring each of you a hard hat that our students in our CTE programs wear. And we also have a recognition certificate for you that Rachel's holding for us. We'll get these to you after the meeting. And the frames were made by our students at the Hilltop campus in the Computer Numerical Control CNC program. I am pleased to share a brief video with you that honors the meaningful impact that you make each day and the exemplary leadership that you demonstrate.
Leadership is not always visible, but impact is.
The job of the Wyndham School District Board of Trustees is not just about making decisions and setting policies. It's about establishing an environment where learning is made possible. One of the best qualities of a leader is to be a cultivator and use the raw materials you have to create good students.
Knowing that everybody has a part to play in the bigger picture.
Adaptability, especially in this type of environment where everything's in constant and changing. To me, a good leader has empathy and tries their best to stand in the shoes of the person they're trying to help.
Recognizing the qualities and potential in others and nurturing it by guidance or example, knowing that everybody has a part to play in the bigger picture. Leadership listens.
Leadership shows up. Leadership supports.
Happy School Board Recognition Month.
Well, thank you so much for that presentation. It was not necessary, okay? I know I speak for everybody on the board, and we heard several references to the concept of servant leadership. And if anything, I know this board is filled with dedicated servant leaders, which means that it's not about you, it's about those you're serving. So, but we do appreciate the recognition, and with that, I will thank all of you for being here today. Our next meeting of the Wyndham School District Board of Trustees will be on Thursday, April 16th, 2026 in Georgetown, Texas. And there being no further business, the 352nd meeting of the Wyndham School District Board of Trustees is now adjourned. It is 9:14 a.m. and we will take about a 10-minute break, and we'll reconvene our Texas Board of Criminal Justice meeting. Thank you. We can be seated, please. We'll get started. The 245th meeting of the Texas Board of Criminal Justice is reconvened in accordance with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, the Open Meetings Act. During this meeting, the board will be conducting business from the agenda that has been posted in the Texas Register. Members of the board present for this meeting include myself, Eric Nichols, Vice Chair Faith Johnson, Secretary Dr. Rodney Burrow, Ambassador Sishan Siv, Pastor Nate Sprinkle, Ms. Sydney Zeiker, and Mr. Tom Fordyce. A quorum of the board is present and the meeting is now declared open. This meeting is being conducted in person at the Cambria Hotel in North Austin and is also being broadcast on the Texas Department of Criminal Justice YouTube channel. It is 9:33 a.m. I will now ask TBCJ member Pastor Nate Sprinkle to introduce TDCJ Chaplain Yvonne Rolfing to offer a word of prayer as we start our meeting.
Thank you, Chairman Nichols. As we begin with a word of prayer, first let me introduce TDCJ Chaplain Yvonne Rolfing. She began her journey in prison ministry in 2013 as a volunteer with Kairos Prison Ministry. Throughout the years, she has expanded her service by leading music instruction and facilitating study groups as a certified volunteer chaplain assistant at the Hilltop, O'Daniel, and Lane Murray units. Before entering full-time ministry, Chaplain Rolfing worked as a realtor and mortgage loan officer, but she felt a clear calling to leave that path and dedicate her life to serving others through volunteer ministry. Chaplain Rolfing has said, "I cannot imagine doing anything else." Chaplain Rolfing, thank you for being here today. Would you do us the honor of opening our meeting with a word of prayer?
Thank you. Pray with me. Father in heaven, we thank you for who you are and your direction in our lives. I pray that you would continue to guide Mr. Lumpkin and all members of the Texas Board of Criminal Justice. I pray that as new members are coming in, they would be at ease to use the skills and the gifts that you've given to them individually to serve effectively corporately. Lord, I pray for unity. I pray for continued restoration of the hearts, minds, and families of the men and women incarcerated. I pray over every unit warden and staff member that you would continue to give them your strength, your peace, and your direction in all that is put in front of them. Father, have your way in this place today. Lead us in this meeting. Take part in our conversations. We need you, and we're confident you are with us. I pray all of this in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Chaplain Rolfing, for your prayer today and for your service.
Yes, and thank you again, Chaplain Rolfing, and also Pastor Sprinkle. And we obviously want to take this time at the start of our meetings to recognize the women and men of faith who are doing tremendous work throughout our system. So thank you for that, Pastor Sprinkle.
Mr. Chairman, I've been on the board for about 5 years now, and this is the first time we've had a female offer the prayer. So thank you for including us in all aspects of this board and of this department. So thank you so much. We appreciate that.
And I'm sure you were hearing my language when I said the faithful women and men who are doing such great work across our system. So thank you for that, Vice Chair Johnson. As a courtesy to speakers and guests in the meeting, please turn your electronic devices to the silent or vibrate mode. We very much appreciate that. We also like to recognize the public officials and or staff representatives with us here today. Specifically, we've got some folks with us who are deeply invested in their roles and also making sure that they are keeping themselves apprised of what's going on within our TDCJ and our correctional programs throughout the state of Texas. That includes Ms. Megan Moeller, who's the policy advisor for our Lieutenant Governor, Dan Patrick. We also are rejoined today by Mr. Mike Ward, who is the Committee Director for the Texas Senate Criminal Justice Committee, and also Ms. Haley Plumley, who is the Committee Clerk for the Senate Criminal Justice Committee. And also very much appreciate her ongoing support and attention to the matters that are within her remit, but also her dedication to criminal justice throughout the state of Texas, and that is Ms. Marcia Moberly, who is the chair of the Texas Board of Pardons and Parole. So thank you all for being here, and also thank all of our other representatives, public officials who may be with us online during this meeting. And that being said, of course, we appreciate the attendance of everyone. Whether you are a public official or a member of the public, we very much appreciate your attendance at these meetings, and by exposing yourself to what's going on within our criminal justice system, you are making a contribution to the advancement of criminal justice in the state of Texas. In line with that, the Texas Board of Criminal Justice is committed to providing an opportunity for public presentations on posted agenda topics, as well as for public comments on issues within its jurisdiction as provided in Board Rule 151.4. Persons interested in speaking at today's meeting were required to complete and submit a registration card at least 10 minutes prior to the meeting's posted start time. As no cards were received prior to the required deadline, the board will not be hearing public presentations on posted agenda topics today or public comments on issues within the board's jurisdiction. We next move to recognitions, and as you know from our prior meetings, we very much believe that we can and should properly recognize TDCJ employees who have dedicated 25, 30, 35, 40, and 45 years of service to the state of Texas. These individuals represent the strong commitment of this agency's staff system-wide. Our board and our executive director, Mr. Bobby Lumpkin, express our deepest gratitude for the continued service of these outstanding public servants. So I'm going to give you some stats, as you hear me do every meeting. During the months of January and February 2026, 52 employees attained 25 years of service. 46 employees attained 30 years of service. 13 employees attained 35 years of service. 8 employees attained 40 years of service. And get this, 2 employees attained 45 years of service. And we are displaying this list of these valued employees and public servants for those in attendance to read. And the name in each and every one of these valued employees will also be submitted for inclusion in the official minutes of this board meeting. The Texas Board of Criminal Justice congratulates each and every one of these employees and public servants, and thanks everyone recognized today and in our official records for your unwavering loyalty and dedication to the citizens of Texas and their safety. As a further symbol of our appreciation, each of you will receive a board certificate along with a personal letter of gratitude. Our next presentation and recognition will be presented by TDCJ Chief Information Officer, Ms. Tina Clark. Ms. Clark, if you want to approach the podium, I understand you will be recognizing the Information Technology Division's Deputy Director, Mr. Bradley Brock, for his 25 years of service. And whenever you're ready, Ms. Clark, please proceed.
Good morning, Chairman Nichols, Mr. Lumpkin, and members. I am honored to recognize Bradley Brock, Deputy Division Director for the Information Technology Division for 25 years of service. Mr. Brock started his career with TDCJ in a part-time position in the summer of 1990, answering the inmate family hotline. He returned to the agency in 2001 as a system support specialist 4, and then made his way to the budget office in 2004, where he spent 9 years as a budget analyst. In 2013, with a blend of technology, business, and finance, Mr. Brock found his home with the Information Technology Division, where he was promoted to Assistant Director of Business Services for ITD, and later promoted to Director of Project Management and Operations. And finally, in 2022, to his current position of Deputy Division Director for ITD, responsible for administrative services and governance. Bradley holds a bachelor's degree in accounting from Sam Houston State University. He is a humble, dedicated leader with a wealth of knowledge in finance and IT business management. Mr. Brock sets a high standard for ethical leadership. Please join me in congratulating Mr. Brock on 25 years of service.
Thank you very much, Ms. Clark. And Mr. Brock, congratulations on your valued service to the agency, and we'd be honored if you would share a few words with us.
Certainly. Chairman Nichols, board members, Mr. Lumpkin, thank you for this recognition. It's been an honor and a pleasure to be a small part of this organization. First, I must acknowledge that I would not be here without the grace and mercy of my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Secondly, I must publicly thank my wife, Shelby. She is my rock and my biggest fan. And over these last 25 years of TDCJ, I wouldn't be where I am without her supporting me and pushing me. I must also thank the mentors in my life, some of which are in this room right here with me today. Many of them have taught me along the way and pushed me, and many believed in me even when I didn't believe in myself at times. Finally, I've been so blessed to work with so many incredible coworkers in this agency. TDCJ and especially the IT division are so blessed to be filled with amazing employees who work tirelessly and often thankless jobs. I thank them for all they've taught me and working by my side each and every day. Thank you again for letting me be just a small part of this team.
Thank you. Our next recognition will be presented by TDCJ Facilities Division Director, Mr. Damon Andrews. Mr. Andrews, if you'll approach, I understand you will be recognizing Mr. Dale Cox as the new Facilities Deputy Division Director. And whenever you're ready, Mr. Andrews, please proceed.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Chairman Nichols, Vice Chair Johnson, Mr. Lumpkin, members. I have the honor of introducing Dale Cox as the new Deputy Division Director for the Facilities Division. He began his career with TDCJ as an engineer in 2017. He rose through the ranks in the engineering department to his most recent job as Director of Engineering. Dale is a constant professional, extremely adept at various disciplines within the engineering field. His fingerprints are on many of the projects we do and a huge driving force in the path many of our projects take. Mr. Cox has a very diverse background, which I have seen him draw on and utilize contacts that he's made in the past to solve current problems that we face. Dale has held many positions in his professional career path prior to joining TDCJ, which began with in the electrical arena, working for an energy company in 1990. He also held various leadership roles within the engineering field at various companies, honing his skills in resource allocation, financial management, project management, business development, design, and construction. His work has covered jobs in the aviation realm, military installations, the federal government, oil and gas industry, industrial construction, design work for independent school districts, and many collegiate level institutions. Dale's understanding and leadership is second to none, and his skills have already proven to be vital in his new role. As you probably already guessed, Dale Cox is a highly educated man. He holds a Bachelor of Science in Electrical Engineering from Texas A&M University, a Master of Business Administration from Midwestern University, and also has a Doctor of Jurisprudence from the University of Houston Law Center. Mr. Cox currently holds a Texas Professional Engineering license and also has been licensed in the past in New Jersey, Tennessee, and Alabama. He also holds a license to practice law in the state of Texas. Also, on top of all that, Mr. Cox also has a private practice as a consulting engineer and has assisted his wife of 36 years in their English hunter jumper equestrian business. He and his wife share 2 children, and although he has many professional accolades, his most important role and his most cherished role is with his family and being a father and a husband. I give you Dale Cox.
Mr. Cox, I was saying earlier, I don't know if you were in the room when we had our Windham School District Board of Trustees meeting, but I was saying that it's very gratifying to us as board members to see individuals who we've seen out there doing the good work in the field step forward and take the mantle on advancement and take leadership within these operations that are critical to the overall operation of our system. So thank you very much for stepping forward, and we'd be honored if you would share a few words with us.
Well, thank you, Chairman Nichols, board members, Mr. Lumpkin. It really is an honor and to have this opportunity to serve this agency, because I felt this calling since the start of what I can remember. It started with my parents, service to God. It was instilled greatly into me by my wife of 36 years, Kim, who is my rock and who I depend on a lot, to instill that same service responsibility to family. And then finally to this state and now this agency, because I've had a professional engineering degree or license for 30 years, and I've always felt that duty to protect the safety of the public. This agency has a little bit different mission, but very similar service, protect public safety, and that's why I'm very honored to have this opportunity to do this.
Thank you, sir. Our next recognition will be presented by our Board Inspector General, Mr. Lance Coleman. Mr. Coleman, if you want to approach. I understand you would like to recognize Mr. Melvin Hill on his promotion to the rank of Commander. And,
Yes.
And whenever you're ready, Inspector General Coleman, please begin.
Chairman Nichols, members of the board, Mr. Lumpkin, thank you. I'm honored today to introduce Melvin Hill as our newest commander for the northern part of Texas. Melvin began his law enforcement career in 2006 as a police officer at the Palestine Police Department. In 2010, he transferred to the Criminal Investigations Division, where he served as a gang intelligence unit and specialized in crimes against persons. In 2012, he returned to Patrol Division and promoted to the rank of sergeant. 2013, he came over to OIG as an investigator. He was assigned to the Cofield unit. His leadership trajectory continued with promotions to lieutenant in 2018 and captain in 2021. And on February 1st, 2026, Melvin was promoted to commander of the northern area. I am extremely excited. Melvin understands the opportunities and obstacles we're facing as an agency, and he's ready to meet those challenges head on.
Thank you, Mr. Coleman. And Mr. Hill, if you join us at the podium, sir, congratulations. And the board is well familiar with all of the great work that's being done throughout the Office of Inspector General, and we know that you are one of the leaders of that effort. So we'd be honored, sir, if you'd share a few words with us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Lumpkin, members. I am not a public speaker, so this will be brief, I promise you. First of all, thank you guys for the recognition. As Lance said, I've had the privilege to spend some time within OIG. I have just under 20 years of law enforcement experience, 13 of that being with the Office of the Inspector General. During that time, I've seen a lot of changes, and with change usually comes uncertainty, but we've met those changes head on, and they've been absolutely positive, so I'm grateful for that. I like to tell people when I meet them about kind of how I got started in law enforcement. So I spent a very short period in TDCJ as a correctional officer. So I see that those names go up there, and I'm kind of in awe, because when I say short period, I mean a very short period. But I tell people I owe my career and my marriage to corrections. I was a 20-year-old hard charger on the Michael unit back in 2005. And I had an inmate meet me in the hallway, and he's going, "Hey, dude, you like doing this so much. Why don't you go be a police officer?" A light switch turned on. So I went and pursued that career. But before I left, I actually had the privilege of meeting my wife on the Michael unit, and that was due to a wallet that was being made in the craft shop. I happened to go check on that wallet one day, and I happened to see a young lady that I became quite smitten with. So 20 years later, and 18 years of marriage, I mean, we built a life together. So those are two factors of my life that I owe to being a correctional officer. As far as being here today, again, I'm honored, and I want to thank Lance Coleman for the opportunity the trustees instilled in me to step into this new role. We do have challenges that we face, but I'm ready to meet those head on with the men and women that I serve with. And I just look forward to continuing to serve in this role and help push this agency forward in a positive direction. So thank y'all.
Well, thank you, sir. Our next agenda topic covers the consent items as posted on the board's agenda. One of the consent items is our minutes from our December 19th, 2025 board meeting. Those minutes include the record of our discussion at that meeting of the discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding purchases and contracts over $1 million. The minutes correctly reflect that the board's understanding was that the discussion of item 7-13 of the purchases and contracts related to fiscal year 2026 contracts and not fiscal year 2024 contracts, notwithstanding that there may have been a reference in the December 19th, 2025 meeting about those items 7 through 13 as affecting fiscal year 2024 contracts. Additionally, for the consent items, we have two excused absences from the December 19th, 2025 meeting, that being Dr. Rodney Burrow and Ms. Sydney Zeiker. With that clarification and on our minutes from December 19th, 2025, and addition of the excused absences, are there any other amendments, objections, or abstentions to the proposed consent items from any members of the board? Hearing none, the consent items posted for this meeting's agenda will stand approved. The next item on the board's agenda is our TDCJ Parole Division Spotlight. As those of you who have been to meetings previously know, this item on our agenda highlights examples of how our agency's parole officers are out there every day making our Texas community safer through supervision and support of those released from TDCJ facilities to parole. So our parole director, Ms. Monica de Velasco, I understand you will be introducing parole officer Anna, or is it Anya or Anya?
Ana Perez.
Ana Perez.
Yeah.
So Ana, you're going to be introducing parole officer Ana Perez. When you are ready, Ms. de Velasco, please proceed.
Well, good morning, Chairman Nichols, Mr. Lumpkin, members of the board. Thank you first and foremost for allowing me the opportunity to introduce Ana Perez to you all. She is a parole officer out of the Austin 2 District Parole Office. Ms. Perez is relatively new to the parole division as she joined us in 2024, but she is already skyrocketing and making her mark in the world with the parole division, and we're eternally grateful. She started her career with us in March 2024 and started on a regular caseload initially. And as you'll hear in a minute when I tell you about her education, her passion for education quickly led her to seek out moving to the District Reentry Resource Center caseload. So she did that in 2025, where she currently facilitates the anger management and cognitive intervention classes to our client populations who are in need of those services, on top of managing her caseload. Officer Perez is a proud graduate of Texas A&M Kingsville, where she earned her Bachelor's of Arts degree in elementary education. So that's a lot of where her passion comes from in education. So we're definitely glad to have her. Not only has her background in education and teaching been instrumental in her role for the District Reentry Center as a facilitator, but she also strives to assist her clients in their journeys to become better men and women. by not only by providing them with resources in the community and an education in the classroom, but by being a tremendous support for her clients. So with that, please welcome Ms. Perez, as she shares a little bit about some of the impacts she's been able to make.
Welcome, Ms. Perez, and we're looking forward to hearing from you as to the work that you're accomplishing and your journey. So please proceed.
So first of all, good morning. It is an honor to be present with all of you this morning. My name is Ana Perez. I'm currently a parole officer out of the Austin 2 District Parole Office for Region 4. I would first like to take a moment to thank Mr. Nichols, the chair, and all of the other board members for their time for this prestigious honor. I would also like to recognize Mr. Lumpkin, Ms. De Velasco, and my region director, Ms. Cristina Ramirez Perales, for giving me the opportunity to begin my exciting career as a parole officer. I stand here today in front of all of you with an important task of recognizing a distinguishable client on my caseload. I am proud first-generation college graduate and humbly stand here with a prestigious achievement for myself and my family. I obtained my bachelor's degree in elementary education from the University of Texas A&M Kingsville, Texas. After I completed college, I explored career opportunities as a teacher and with Child Protective Services. During that time frame, I personally discovered that I was ultimately unfulfilled and wanted to pursue a rewarding career that would make a tremendous contribution to society. I have always been drawn to the field of criminal justice and ultimately made a bold decision to apply for a parole officer position with the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. I knew that the position interested me. However, I was not exactly sure as to what capacity or role I would play in this field. I had an honor of interviewing for my position with Regional Director Cristina Ramirez. During the interview, I was so nervous, scared, and second-guessed my future. At that time, Ms. Ramirez was an assistant regional director. She graciously calmed me down and provided the reassurance and positive support that I needed to pursue the demanding career. I am eternally grateful for her kind words and gestures that provided the encouragement and drive that allowed me to move forward. That added support paved the way for my success with parole. I can happily report that she is now my current regional director. She continues to provide the same positive guidance to our region in an effort to develop a successful environment for parole officers, and most importantly, for the effective supervision of our clients. I successfully completed Parole Officer Training Academy in June 2024 and was assigned to Austin 2 District Parole Office. As a new officer, the management staff always provided encouragement feedback during my training. Their positive guidance, patience, training, and commitment to the profession allowed me to establish a strong work ethic and increase the love for the job. I am currently a DRC facilitator, and I teach anger management class, cognitive skills, level 1, and also conduct the victim impact panels for our clientele. My education experience evolved and intertwined with the parole division, enabling me to fulfill my passion to assist our clients in this rewarding field. I come to work every day with the mindset to treat everyone with respect and fairness, and to provide all of my clients with the necessary tools for the successful integration into society. I want to encourage my clients to succeed personally and professionally, and will strive endless resources and opportunities to see them excel. Mr. Isaac Dwayne White was under my guidance at the Austin 2 District Parole Office. He released parole on November 1st, 2019 on the electronic monitor caseload. He easily completed the program on January 8th of 2020. Mr. White maintained full-time employment and founded a successful business establishment that he currently operates. While in TDCJ, he took advantage of many educational opportunities that contributed to his current achievements. He went to selflessly volunteer for 2 apprenticeships with the U.S. Department of Labor, providing data entry service and computer programming for geographic information systems. If that was not enough, Mr. White also facilitated peer-led health education programs to help others in custody prevent substance abuse. His emphasis was to assist individuals build coping skills for personal accountability. In addition, he endlessly provided counseling and mentorship sessions and taught Bible-based courses to effectively enhance life skills. There is no task that is unachievable for Mr. White. He firmly attributes his success and accomplishments to the TDCJ programs that assisted and led him to intentional, sustained efforts towards rehabilitation and personal transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to introduce to you Isaac Dwayne White.
Mr. White, welcome.
Morning, sir. Thank you.
And what great words were just said about you. And part of this, as you heard me say, is that we want to recognize the great work going on within the parole division, but we also want to recognize success stories. And so, sir, from those words, I know you're a success story, so please share with us some of your thoughts, sir.
Yes, sir. Good morning, and thank you, ma'am, for that warm introduction. Good morning, everyone. It's both a privilege and an honor to be here today. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the board members, Mr. Lumpkin, Ms. DeVelasco with the Parole Division, and Ms. Perez, my current parole officer. I appreciate the difficult work you all do and the compassion that you bring to it. This is a very rare opportunity, and as such, I'd like to take a moment to speak candidly. I'm responsible for the death of a friend, and that's a truth that I will carry with me for the rest of my life. I also recognize that she was not the only person that was affected by my action that day, but our respective families and friends were as well. And nothing I reference here will ever undo or minimize that loss. The opportunity to live a life beyond that particular moment, an opportunity that was taken from someone else, remains my greatest reminder to stay humble and accountable. Almost 35 years ago, my life appeared to be on the right track. I was serving in the U.S. Army, using the GI Bill to further my education as a college sophomore, and I was in what should have been the healthiest relationship of my life. On the surface, everything looked extremely promising. But internally, something was missing. I lacked boundaries, discipline, and the values needed to sustain that progress. That led to poor choices, such as drug use in the military, academic failure, and the steady erosion of my relationship. Instead of addressing my shortcomings, I turned further toward drugs and criminal behavior. Those choices led to irreversible consequences that were referred to a moment ago. 26 years spent in various prison facilities forced me to confront myself, my identity, my values, and the reality of my actions. The environment was isolating and often harsh, but it stripped away every excuse I had. It became the one place where real change was finally able to take root. Short-term structure, like military training, had once been beneficial, but these were time-bound obligations and they did not produce the lasting internal change that was needed. What finally created that lasting transformation was the long-term consistency that was offered through academic instruction, substance abuse counseling, vocational training, and faith-based mentorship. I learned that real change comes from daily discipline, emotional regulation, and accountability. But I think the ultimate turning point for me came actually during a conversation that I was having with the owner of E-Tech Network Solutions, who happens to be with us today.
If you would stand up, please, too, just to be recognized.
That's Bob. The ultimate turning point for me during that particular time happened during a conversation that Bob and I had. We were talking about what was going on here on the outside with Titan Datacom, and he was talking about splitting off a separate company, forming it called E-Tech Network Solutions, and he had said that he was going to give me the opportunity to work there as an account manager. I don't know what it was, but hearing that caused something to shift in me. I realized that the change that I had been teaching and counseling others about had to be modeled consistently in my own behavior, even though I was still on the inside. The reasoning was simple. An account manager doesn't jump in the line for an extra tray at lunch. An E-Tech account manager doesn't fight over a television program or give into some of the trivial conflicts that often consume prison culture. If I was going to be that man upon release, it was important that I began being that man right then while incarcerated, not later. As time passed, I was entrusted with opportunities to serve others. From 2005 to 2019, I served as a certified peer health educator, facilitating approved curricula focused on substance abuse prevention, communicable disease awareness, mental health literacy, and general overall wellness. I also served as a deacon in the Chapel of the Prodigal Son at the Ferguson unit, providing counseling, mentorship, and instruction. These roles required emotional maturity, consistency, and modeling socially accepted behavior. They further deepened my understanding of responsibility, empathy, and the need to serve. The associate degrees that were referenced a moment ago, these, along with the coursework in paralegal studies, strengthened my communication skills, deepened my understanding of the regulatory systems that I would soon be navigating, and gave me practical business knowledge. But more importantly, it further reshaped how I saw myself. Since my release nearly 7 years ago, I have lived under parole supervision without incident. In this instance, parole has not been a reward, but rather a responsibility. It's further reinforced the discipline I developed while incarcerated and provided structure during reentry. Every day, I continue to work to apply the lessons I learned while maintaining employment, supporting my family, and living with intent. Professionally, I did find Dwayne Allen Consulting once I was released, and I contracted with E-Tech Network Solutions as an account manager and as a consultant, and I was ultimately brought on board full-time. I have since then been given the opportunity to act as an operations manager. My responsibilities now include oversight of daily operations, regulatory compliance, vendor management, customer engagement, and service delivery. I contribute to sales strategy, client onboarding, and organizational accountability. I've also completed specialized training in cloud communications and unified communication platforms, further strengthening my technical proficiency and leadership capability. These require trust, consistency, and ethical judgment, qualities that I now guard carefully. But again, none of this would have been possible without the stability that now exists in my personal life as well. Being married to a childhood friend who's easily been my biggest cheerleader, Michelle, if you would. Yeah, I'm gonna. Sorry. I'm gonna get that later. I'm gonna hear about that later. We are also homeowners, and we are deeply rooted in the community that we live in now, and we are actively involved at the local Chamber of Commerce. Through these relationships, they have further kept me grounded and accountable as I continue to rebuild my life. Understandably, I cannot change the past, nor can I restore the things that have been lost, but I have taken deliberate steps to ensure that I never repeat those actions that once led me here. My goal today is a simple one: to continue living a life that reflects accountability, service, and respect for the value of every human life. In closing, I once heard it said that we live in a world that knows the cost of everything, but the value of nothing. I didn't appreciate that distinction then. Prayerfully, my actions today reflect that I do now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, Ms. Paris, for an outstanding presentation. And Mr. White, your participation in this just is a great reminder for all of us, which is that the reconstruction of lives, the rehabilitation of individuals, it happens one person at a time.
Yes, sir.
So, and appreciating the acknowledgement of what's happened in your life, the good things and the bad things, but being able to step forward in the way that you have, that's exactly why we want to spotlight the work that's going on out there. So please, sir, have our appreciation for stepping forward and sharing your journey with us as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item on our agenda is a discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding purchases and contracts over $1 million. TDCJ Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Ron Steffa, is approaching the podium and will be presenting. Members of the board, I don't ordinarily vote unless it is to break a tie. However, my firm represents entities included in the purchases and contracts over $1 million. Therefore, I will not be taking any action today on the purchases and contracts over $1 million. With that, Mr. Steffa, if you're ready, please proceed.
Thank you, and good morning, Chairman Nichols, board members, Mr. Lumpkin. We're bringing 13 purchases before you today. They can be found on pages 25 through 27 behind tab D of your booklet. Item 1 is an increase for the fiscal year 25 grease trap removal and disposal services due to increased utilization. Item 2 is an increase for the fiscal year 26 aluminum coils due to an increase in the number of orders received for license plates. Items 3 through 10 are increases to fiscal year 26 contracts for residential and outpatient substance abuse treatment and aftercare services for clients released from substance abuse felony punishment facilities in prison therapeutic communities or referred to the substance abuse counseling program. This is due to exercising a 153-day extension to allow for the completion of the procurement process. Item 11 is an increase to the fiscal year 26 procurement for the career navigation platform. It is a learning and career navigation platform that connects inmates to community resources, workforce boards, and employers and educators to support reentry readiness through their tablets. Item 12 is an increase to the fiscal year 26-27 contract for the outpatient substance abuse treatment services with Dallas County. This is due to an increase in the number of treatment slots and per diem rates. And item 13 is an increase to the fiscal year 26-27 Southeast Texas Residential Reentry Center Houston contract for adding additional staff. And that concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Steffa. Are there any questions or comments from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, you do. I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve the purchases and contracts over $1 million as presented.
I have a motion from Vice Chair Johnson. Do I have a second? I have a motion from Vice Chair Johnson. I have a second from Pastor Sprinkle. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Please let the record show that I abstained from voting on the purchases and contracts over $1 million. The next agenda item is a discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding proposed revisions to Board Policy 03.91 entitled Uniform Inmate Correspondence Rules. TDCJ Chief Programs Officer, Mr. Jason Clark, is approaching the podium, and also TDCJ General Counsel, Ms. Stephanie Greger, is also approaching the podium. They will both be presenting on this item. When you're ready, Mr. Clark, please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, board members, Mr. Lumpkin. I appreciate just taking out a few minutes to be able to discuss an emerging and significant issue that we are facing at our units. So across Texas, mailrooms at our facilities are facing a growing threat, and books are unfortunately routinely being used as a conduit for contraband. In 2025, our hardworking staff have discovered 385 books that tested positive for drugs. We had another 16 that were found to contain physical contraband, and I will tell you, these are just the ones that we were able to detect. Unfortunately, we do believe that some of these books are getting past our very stringent security measures. The reason I believe this is because of the speed and the sophistication of these attempts are increasing. To highlight this, I would point you to the screen. The Office of Inspector General and the hard work that they are doing has led to the discovery of 3 different drug labs whose sole purpose was to lace books and other items and send those into our mail rooms. The pictures that you see on the slide are from those busts, as well as the first slide that you saw. And these were all items that criminal organizations were preparing. The books to the right were being prepared to be sent into our facilities and into the hands of, unfortunately, inmates. We know that criminal organizations are making large sums of money doing this. We know that because we're finding it at the crime scene, and we're finding it tied to bank accounts related to these criminal organizations. I know you'll hear from Mr. Coleman in just a bit, and he can certainly give you more detail about what they are seeing on the ground. Of particular concern are hardback books. Criminals are using the spines and the covers to hide drugs, and the thickness of the hardback book itself makes our current drug interdiction technology a little bit more difficult to be able to see through those books. I will also tell you that used books are also a challenge. That's primarily because the pages are oftentimes coming in stained, frayed, and faded. During a visual inspection, the mailroom staff were looking at these pages to see if there's anything that is awry. And what may be a just normal stain, a coffee stain, could in fact be illegal narcotics. So what does that mean when a drug-laced book makes its way into the inmate population? we know that drugs have played roles in inmate deaths. If you were just to look at overdose deaths, and I'm not talking about homicides or suicides that are associated with drugs, there were 78 confirmed overdose deaths in calendar year 2025. These were confirmed through autopsy results, and we know that unfortunately that number will grow as we continue to get autopsy results back. But it's not just inmates who are unfortunately being harmed, it's our staff. We've had correctional officers that have been harmed trying to subdue inmates who are high on drugs. We've had mailroom staff who have needed medical attention because they've been exposed to drugs, and it's become so prevalent, unfortunately, at this time that all of our mailroom staff carry Narcan just in the event that they are exposed to fentanyl, which, as you know, is very lethal. So just very quickly want to level set about how does a book come into TDCJ. So family or friends at this time must order from a publisher, a publication supplier, or bookstores, and then that book is shipped in via a legitimate shipper like USPS, the Mail Postal Service, Amazon. It is important to note that there is no coordination between the family and friends and then the mailroom. It's not until that book arrives that day that they know something is scheduled to come for that inmate. And also what we know are those packages which are supposed to be coming from bookstores and legitimate entities. Unfortunately, criminal organizations are forging mail labels and making it appear as though that it is coming from a legitimate source. As I mentioned earlier, we do have some pretty stringent security procedures in place that includes parcel scanners, canine drug interdiction dogs. We have some really skilled mailroom staff. We have wave millimeter technology that's in our mailrooms, but I will tell you the drugs continue to keep coming in. It is a nonstop ordeal that they are facing day in and day out. I will tell you also that reference books and educational materials follow a very similar path as far as those that are coming to specific inmates into the mailroom, but there is a Texas law that says volunteer organizations can send books directly to an inmate, so they don't necessarily have to be purchased from a publisher or bookstore. So what are we asking the board to do? We are asking for some small changes. We are asking that there is some level of communication that happens between the sender and the mailroom itself. We'll talk more about that in just a second. The other two relevant changes that we would be requesting from the board is requiring that books be softback and in new condition. And I want to highlight that Texas is not unique in this struggle. There are a number of states that are facing the very same thing. And I will tell you that these criminal organizations don't act in silos. They act across state lines, and they are following very similar playbook across the state. We are asking that the rule related to the softback and new condition go into effect April 1st. That will allow for TDCJ and our mailrooms to be trained up, but then also let the public know that these changes may be coming as well. Chairman, what I also mentioned previously is there's no coordination between the mailroom and the senders. We are working closely with our IT division to develop essentially what would be an advanced notification portal. This will look very similar to our inmate visitation portal, which exists today. So if you want to schedule a visit with an inmate, you go through a process where you essentially register and go through that process. But what this will allow us to do is both family and friends will get onto this portal. They will provide just some basic information about what the book is that they're sending, such as the author's name, what inmate they plan to send it to. And then it will allow us also to validate that this person is who they are. So we will use some, potentially a third-party vendor to validate that person's identity. And so then when the mail room receives a book, they've got some basic information about this book is supposed to come to this inmate. They know who it's coming from. And then it will also allow us to be more efficient in our processes as far as getting those books into the inmate's hands and from a legitimate source. We believe that this advanced notification portal will be ready hopefully by the end of this summer. And then with the board's approval, we will obviously do an education campaign to ensure that individuals know how to use it before we put that into effect. I will also tell you that outside of the mailroom, we have worked with Windham School District on a donation process. So many of our facilities are getting donated books, not to a specific inmate and not coming in through the mailroom, but these books are getting donated to the facility. Unfortunately, we've seen some criminal organizations use that avenue as well. Once the books are inside the fence, then they can try to make their way to that illegal substance. So we will work with Windham School District. They have developed a centralized way in order for donated books that would be normally coming to the agency will come to Windham. They have obviously libraries across the state. And then as our agency and departments need books, they will reach out to Windham in a centralized way and get those books. Two things I want to cover just very quickly. I know we're short on time. Legal mail. So legal mail, for good reason, has specific rules that are in place to protect attorney-client privilege. However, our mail rooms have been seeing an increase in what I would consider mass mailings advertisements from law firms. It's time-consuming to go through a process or stringent process in which we handle it in an attorney-client privilege. We believe that those legal advertisements should be going to the mail center and scanned and then going into their tablets. I will tell you that also criminals are exploiting the legal mail process. That is something that we know is happening. We will be looking for solutions to that. That is more complicated, but we are looking at solutions on how we can prevent contraband from coming through the legal mail process. The last thing I want to bring up is lewd photos. Mailroom staff are coming across photos that appear to be underage youth in states of undress. These sickening photos are often addressed to sex offenders. During the last legislative session, there were updates to the penal code related to possession and promotion of lewd visual material depicting a child. So we are proposing a new definition, which would be lewd material that very closely mirrors that statute. And that will allow our staff to prevent these photos from coming into our facilities. So Chairman, just to wrap up, our goal is not to restrict communication, not to limit access to legitimate materials, but we do have an obligation to prevent deaths and to keep our staff safe. And so these are why we are bringing some of these changes forward to the board.
Thank you, Mr. Clark, and appreciate your efficient presentation, but you take the time you need because this is an extremely important issue. So let me just ask you, just for clarification, I think you've explained very well, and you and I have had, and others, and Mr. Lumpkin have had these discussions, but it's important for the public to understand the risk associated with this. So I think you've explained the risk associated with used books and the fact that some of the staining and discoloration of pages of used books could represent people, and I use that term fairly loosely, using the pages of these used books to actually put illicit, dangerous substances into that paper. So I think you've explained that very well. But just explain, if you would, just to the public, the particular dangers associated with hardback books and how hardback books are used to as a vehicle to get these dangerous substances into our system.
Absolutely, and if you don't mind, if you can flip maybe back to a few slides, what is happening is those hardback books really present an opportunity for individuals to either have a false cover or they will utilize the spine. And that's where they will place contraband. I'll point you to the top right. That's the false cover that I would mention. I will tell you that criminal organizations are spending a lot of time and money to conceal these things and making it very difficult to the just average eye to detect it. And then within the spines, unless you take the book fully apart, you wouldn't be able to find that drug. If you look to the bottom left, you can see there in the spine, that packet there was actually methamphetamine that was inserted. So the criminal organization had to take the book fully apart, place that within the spine, and then re-put it back together and then mail that in. And so that's just simply what we're facing. And Chairman, you heard from the gentleman earlier, we have to have spaces where people can recover, and we're providing substance use treatment. We cannot do that if they're continuously being bombarded by individuals that are trying to hamper that recovery.
We're going to hear from Ms. Greger in a moment, but before we turn it over to Ms. Greger, any other questions from the board for Mr. Clark?
Yes.
Vice-
just had a
Vice
couple
Chair.
of questions.
Yes, ma'am.
And I know we're planning to require softback books, and to me, they're cheaper anyway than
They
hardback
are.
book, right? So that's one good thing.
Yes, ma'am.
That we're proposing, among all the other good things. But also, do we have any idea of the percentage of drugs coming in via these books? There's no way for us to determine that, or do we have any kind of idea?
It is very difficult to give you a percentage, and I will tell you one of the benefits of having that advanced notification portal is just for us to be able to get some simple statistics. So if you were to ask me today an approximate about how many books come in, I could give you an approximate, but it certainly is not a definitive, or who is even sending those books in. And so, Ms. Johnson, it is very difficult to say a percentage. I will tell you that we're not naive to think that this is the only way that drugs are coming in. We know there are other ways, but this one is very obvious and one that is being exploited to a degree.
Pastor Sprinkle?
Yes, so we understand the problem as you've laid it out.
Yes, sir.
While there may be, and I have no idea how many organizations or individuals are utilizing the avenue of sending contraband in through hardback books, but say there's 20 or 30 different ones that do that. While there may be 20 or 30 that are utilizing this avenue, there may be 2,000, 3,000 people who are legitimately sending in reading material to
Right.
their. So I'm just thinking about the process. Is it going to be very prohibitive to? I think, would you just re-highlight the process for those who do have good intentions of just sending in reading material to their loved ones?
Sure.
How difficult is that going to be for them? Make an account, et cetera. Would you just cover that again real quickly for us?
Sure, Pastor Sprinkle, and we want to have as light a touch as possible, I will tell you, because we know that reading material is important, passing time, educational reasons, and so we want to be as less intrusive as we possibly can by also balancing that. But what that would look like is we would send out information to the public and others to say, we want you to send in only softback and only new condition. What I mean by new condition doesn't mean it has to be a new book, but it cannot be a stained, frayed book. And so we will train our staff to essentially be looking within those parameters. If there's questions that come up, certainly that can be elevated to a supervisor. But as far as then the process of them sending it in, we believe that the notification portal, again, will give us and the mailroom more opportunities to be more efficient. I will tell you that an inmate could potentially move from one unit to the next. And by that point, when a book is trying to make its way to that unit, to that individual, he may have moved to another unit. And so simply having that kind of process with the portal will allow us to be more efficient. But certainly we have an intention. We know that vast majority of individuals that are sending things in are not doing so for a nefarious reason.
Right. So again, a sender must have already created an account.
Yes.
And then been vetted as approved.
Yes, so they would be required to much like our inmate visitation, there's a process where you create an account.
Okay.
And then from that account, you only do it once. So then we know who we are. And then you would simply, and not having the website built just yet, but I'll tell you what I think it's going to look like, is you would create an account. Your ID would be validated once, so you wouldn't have to continue to go through this process again and again. And then you would get on there and you would click this inmate, and then you would have some fields that would come up, and that would indicate this is the information that I would need, inmate, book title, etc. And so we want to try to make that as smooth as possible, make it as user-friendly as possible for the public, but also having those enhanced security procedures.
And then if something receives that was not is received that was not registered, it's just returned?
It is.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, excellent discussion. Appreciate the questions, and I think, Mr. Lumpkin, you have a comment you would like to make as well.
Yes, sir. Just want to add much to some of the questions, but also to what Mr. Clark laid out. It's many of us are avid readers. Many of us in this room, and the majority of our population, the men and women, are doing the right thing. And it is a small sector. However, time and time again, we have seen so many incidents tied to substances. We've done a broad approach over the last couple of years to educate families of the men and women incarcerated on some things such as Cash App. We do not do anything that has to do with Cash App. If a family member is being asked to send Cash App for their loved one, something's not right. So many times we've seen the exposures, not just an exposure to a staff member that required Narcan and they go back to work. They actually have to leave out 911 services to go to a local ER, and with our men and women population as well. Again, we know that there's other interdictions that we have to more, strongly stand up and support with resources, the legal mail, finding a solution for that in the future. And again, this is an approach to continue to allow the reading material in, just in the softback, new version, to Judge Johnson's point, a more economical, cheaper version too, but in the end to protect not only the men and women that are working with the agency that have been exposed, but certainly the men and women that are also with the Texas Department of Criminal Justice incarcerated.
Thank you for those words, Mr. Lumpkin, and thank you, Mr. Clark, for your presentation. Ms. Greger, are you going to present the proposed policy changes?
Yes, sir. And good morning, Chairman, members, and Mr. Lumpkin. Thank you, Mr. Clark, for kind of going over a lot of the meat of this proposal. As you all know, this is a revision to Board Policy 3.91, which is titled Uniform Inmate Correspondence Rules. These revisions will remove references to the Deputy Executive Director throughout and replace those with chief officers. They will replace the CID Director with the Director of Classification throughout, revise the Rehabilitation Programs Division to Rehabilitation and Reentry Division throughout. These particular changes are just consistent with some restructuring and title changes that we have made over the last year. Additionally, the revisions will revise definitions for educational materials, legal correspondence, and reference books, as well as adding a definition for lewd visual material as referenced by Mr. Clark. Additionally, language is added to specify softback publications in new conditions and to state exceptions may be granted for inmates enrolled in continuing education courses to receive hardback books if the softback version is unavailable. Additionally, language is added and revised to specify that the opening of outgoing special and/or media correspondence requires written permission from the Director of Classification or his designee, and adds lewd material as a reason for disapproval for mailing or receipt of outgoing or incoming correspondence. And finally, revisions update formatting and edit for clarity and grammar.
Thank you, Ms. Greger, for that presentation. A couple of comments from me, and then other board members can chime in as they feel appropriate. First of all, with respect to the changes with respect to lewd visual material, I don't know that we need to dwell on that issue very much. I mean, the abject exploitation of youth through the taking and transmission of visual images is well documented, and as our legislature has made it crystal clear, needs to be addressed in every way possible. But with respect to the changes with respect to hard back books and used paperbacks, let me make the following comments. The first point is this. As Mr. Lumpkin said, as a lifelong reader, and yes, a lifelong reader of not just screens, but actual books, including hardback and used paperback textbooks, novels, and nonfiction, it truly pains me, as I'm hearing it pains Pastor Sprinkle, that we are being forced as a board to put any restrictions on the ability of members of our populations in TDCJ to any type of reading material. But what pains me even more, and what we see on the units, as Mr. Lumpkin was saying, and for those of you who have not seen someone under the influence of these drugs, for those of you who have not walked the hallways as they're being walked to medical or walked out to an ambulance, And what frankly keeps me up more at night than anything else with the agency that we oversee as a board is the fact that there are illegal and dangerous drugs that are being introduced into our TDCJ facilities and that are causing overdoses and, yes, overdose deaths in our facilities. As Mr. Clark described very well, the reality of operating not just our TDCJ correctional facilities, but the reality of operating any county, state, or federal correctional facility anywhere in the world is that people who want to profit off of other human beings and their addictions are introducing substances on soap paper or in the spines of these hardback books that are not only illicit, illegal, but can kill. And yes, as Mr. Clark recited and explained, TDCJ is making best efforts, which, like all best efforts, are subject to continuous improvement to control the demand for illegal substances in its facilities. And I hope that we will hear, and I know we will hear, a report or update at a later board meeting about the efforts to control that demand for these illegal and dangerous substances through such efforts as public service announcements posted on the walls of our facilities, through education, through drug rallies, through efforts of our valued TDCJ volunteers, one of whom we heard from just a little while ago, and other initiatives. And yes, as Mr. Clark said, TDCJ is making best efforts, which again, like all best efforts, are subject to continuous improvement to control the influx of these illicit and dangerous substances, including fentanyl, by addressing the various means that people who prey on other people use to make money. To anyone who seeks to understand why it has come to the point of making additional restrictions on printed reading material coming into the TDCJ system, make no mistake, and please do not overlook the reality of where we are. The plain fact of the matter is that there are people, and again, I am biting my tongue not to use a different description for these human beings, who want to profit from selling these illegal and dangerous substances in TDCJ facilities and units, and frankly, they don't give a damn whether they kill people or not in making those profits. And one of the ways these people make their money is by soaking pages of books with synthetic substances that they know can and will kill, and by putting those synthetics and substances into the spines of hardback books. We as a board will not put up with this abuse and, frankly, exploitation of our TDCJ populations. We went through, as many of you will remember, we went through a similar painful process of revising rules back in 2023 on the digitization of certain inmate correspondence. At the time we heard, we didn't just hear, but we listened to the concerns of inmate families and support groups about those changes. We balanced the concerns over the health and safety of our populations with well-placed remarks and comments from families and support groups, and found that on balance, that digitization effort was warranted. And personally, again, as a lifelong reader of actual books, I have reached the same conclusion with respect to these proposed additional changes on restrictions to books coming into TDCJ facilities. Second point I want to make in following up on Pastor Sprinkle's comments to anyone here or anyone listening to the discussion of these proposed rule changes is this. This board is fully committed to working with TDCJ and the Windham School District on programs and methods to get reading materials to members of our population in ways that address the risk of abuse and death caused by the merchants of these illegal, dangerous, and sometimes deadly drugs. We will continue to work with both TDCJ and Windham, which of course, as Mr. Clark said, runs a fantastic library system to allow both members of the populations and their families to share in printed books. There are current and effective pathways to get reading materials to members of our population that will not be affected by the rule changes that we again so painfully and regretfully consider today. Are there any other questions or comments on this proposed item from board members? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes,
Approve the proposed revisions to Board Policy 3.91, Uniform Inmate Correspondence Rules as presented.
I have a motion. I have a motion from Ms. Ziker. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion from Ms. Ziker. I have hearty seconds from a number of folks, including Dr. Burrow. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Clark. Thank you, Ms. Greger, and thanks to all those. I see others in the audience who've been very instrumental in getting these changes put together in a thoughtful way, and so we appreciate the efforts of everyone who's been involved in this effort. Thank you.
And thank you to you, Chairman, for your remarks. I think that they really embody all that we feel, and we appreciate that.
Our next agenda item is a discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding proposed amendments to Board Rule Title 37, Texas Administrative Code, Section 151.3, entitled Texas Board of Criminal Justice Operating Procedures. Ms. Greger, if you are ready, please proceed.
Thank you. This is a proposed amendment to Board Rule 151.3, as you mentioned, titled Texas Board of Criminal Justice Operating Procedures. This amendment makes only minor grammatical updates and will be posted in the Texas Register for public comment.
Thank you, Ms. Greger. Are there any questions from any of the board members on this agenda item? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve for publication in the Texas Register the proposed amendments to Board Rule Title 37, Texas Administrative Code, Section 151.3, Texas Board of Criminal Justice Operating Procedures, to receive public comment as presented.
I have a motion on the item from Board Secretary Dr. Rodney Burrow. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion from Dr. Burrow. I have a second from Ms. Ziker. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. The next agenda item is a discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding proposed amendments to Board Rule Title 37, Texas Administrative Code, Section 151.55, entitled Disposal of Surplus Agricultural Goods and Agricultural Personal Property. Ms. Greger, you may proceed.
As mentioned, this item is also a proposed amendment. This is to Board Rule 151.55 regarding surplus agricultural goods and personal property. The amendment will make minor grammatical updates for clarity in the definition section. And this amendment will be posted in the Texas Register and available for public comment.
Thank you, Ms. Greger. Any questions from the board on this agenda item? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve for publication in the Texas Register the proposed amendments to Board Rule Title 37, Texas Administrative Code, Section 151.55, disposal of surplus agricultural goods and agricultural personal property, to receive public comment as presented.
Thank you. I have a motion on this item from Ambassador Siv. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion from Ambassador Siv. I have a second from Vice Chair Johnson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. The next agenda item is a discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding proposed new Board Rule Title 37, Texas Administrative Code, Section 152.81, entitled Housing of Inmates. Ms. Greger, please proceed.
Thank you. This item creates a new board rule that is related to the housing of inmates. Board Rule 152.81 will state that inmates shall be housed in compliance with state and federal law and in accordance with Senate Bill 8, which was passed during the last legislative session here in Texas. This rule will be posted in the Texas Register and available for public comment.
Thank you, Ms. Greger. Any questions from the board on this particular item? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve for publication in the Texas Register the proposed new Board Rule Title 37, Texas Administrative Code, Section 152.81, Housing of Inmates, to receive public comment as presented.
Thank you. I have a motion on this item from Ms. Ziker. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion from Ms. Ziker. I have a second from Board Secretary Dr. Rodney Burrow. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. The next agenda item is a discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding proposed adoption of amendments to Board Rule Title 37, Texas Administrative Code, Section 152.3, entitled Admissions. Ms. Greger, please proceed.
Thank you. This proposed adoption of amendments will add language to include the verification process for a county's request for reimbursement. It will also remove requirements mandated by Board Rule 152.5, designation of state jail regions, which we will address soon. That board rule is up to be repealed. And finally, this proposed adoption will make grammatical and formatting updates. Amendments were posted in the Texas Register and no public comments were received.
Thank you, Ms. Greger. Any questions on this item from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes, Chairman, I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice adopt amendments to Board Rule Title 37, Texas Administrative Code, Section 152.3, Admissions, as published in the Texas Register, and that the chairman sign the order to this effect.
Thank you. I have a motion from Pastor Sprinkle. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion from Pastor Sprinkle, a second from Board Secretary Dr. Rodney Burrow. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. The next agenda item is a discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding proposed adoption of amendments to Board Rule Title 37, Texas Administrative Code, Section 159.19, entitled Continuity of Care and Services Programs for Offenders Who Are Elderly, Terminally Ill, Significantly Ill, or with a physical disability or having a mental illness. Please present, Ms. Greger.
This item proposes the adoption of Board Rule 159.19, which relates to the continuity of care and services programs for offenders. The amendments add the Texas Workforce Commission to the Memorandum of Understanding, or MOU. They also revise mental illness to mental impairment and terminally ill to terminal illness. The link to the graphic of the finalized MOU is being proposed for removal. And finally, the amendments make other edits and grammatical updates for clarity. Because of the removal of the link to the Memorandum of Understanding, this rule will be republished to reflect that removal, but it will not be subject to public comment.
Thank you, Ms. Greger. Are there any questions from the board on this particular item? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice adopt amendments to Rule Title 37, Texas Administrative Code, Section 159.19, Continuity of Care and Services Program for Offenders Who Are Elderly, Terminally Ill, Significantly Ill, or with physical disability or having a mental illness, as published in the Texas Register, and that chairman sign the order in that effect.
Thank you. I have a motion from Mr. Fordyce. Do I have a second? I have a motion from Mr. Fordyce. I have a second from Vice Chair Johnson. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. The next item on our agenda is a discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding adoption of repeal to Board Rule Title 37, Texas Administrative Code, Section 152.5, entitled Designation of State Jail Regions. Ms. Greger, please proceed.
As mentioned earlier, this item adopts the repeal of Board Rule 152.5, the designation of state jail regions. This repeal eliminates a rule whose governing statutes, specifically Texas Government Code Sections 507.003 and .004, were repealed by Senate Bill 2405 during the 89th regular legislative session. The proposed repeal was previously published in the Texas Register, and no public comments were received.
Thank you, Ms. Greger. Are any questions from the board on this particular item? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, you do. I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve the adoption of repeal of Board Rule Title 37, Texas Administrative Code, Section 152.5, designation of state jail regions, as published in the Texas Register, and that the chairman sign the order to this effect.
Thank you. I have a motion from Vice Chair Johnson. Do I have a second? Second. I have a motion from Vice Chair Johnson. I have a second from Pastor Sprinkle. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Ms. Greger. The next agenda item is a discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding renaming of units. Over the course of the history of our great state and the Texas Department of Corrections, later the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, the inventory of facilities maintained and operated by TDCJ has obviously changed. So too have legislative priorities and programs in the Texas criminal justice system. As an example, there was an initiative in the mid-1990s to establish in Texas a fourth category of felony offenses called state jail felonies, and as a result, certain TDCJ facilities were named as state jails. As another example of the changing inventory of facilities, over time, TDCJ has acquired facilities from private operators or from local governments, and these facilities were called correctional facilities. As with all things, the inevitable progress and modernization in operations of TDCJ has led to a situation in which the current name of various facilities within the TDCJ system does not reflect completely the reality of those more modern operations. For example, a facility currently named as a state jail may also house, in addition to inmates convicted of a state jail felony, inmates convicted of other types of felony offenses. Due to facility changes and capacity needs within the overall TDCJ system, those names of particular facilities do not always most accurately reflect the nature and classification of the populations housed in a particular facility. So to bring facility naming up to current times and practices, and as part of the overall efforts to modernize and streamline TDCJ operations and to make these operations as transparent as possible to the public, we as a board are now considering a resolution that will rename 20 TDCJ units as what they are, TDCJ units. These name changes in the resolution under consideration do not include any changes to the assignment of the names of the men and women as to these units, as those namesakes were applied through earlier historical actions of this board. And so we put forward for consideration the following resolution for potential board action. The resolution would read as follows. Whereas the following facilities located across the state of Texas were established as early as the late 1980s. Each of these facilities houses members of TDCJ populations who are classified in varied ways, including general custody and outside trustee inmates, and are also home to multiple educational, life skills, cognitive and faith-based programs, volunteer-led initiatives, unit garden and maintenance operations, and many other programs that benefit those members of TDCJ populations. And whereas the Texas Department of Criminal Justice and the Texas Board of Criminal Justice are both dedicated to the efficiency and streamlining of operations and transparency. And whereas the historical variation and references to TDCJ facilities can and should be made more uniform in the interest of efficient operations and the public transparency of TDCJ operations. Therefore, the following facilities are renamed as follows. The Bridgeport Correctional Center shall be renamed the Bridgeport Unit. The Diboll Correctional Center shall be renamed the Diboll Unit. The Kyle Correctional Center shall be renamed the Kyle Unit. The Billy Moore Correctional Center shall be renamed the Billy Moore Unit. The James Bradshaw State Jail shall be renamed the James Bradshaw Unit. The Buster Cole State Jail shall be renamed the Buster Cole Unit. The Fabian Dale Dominguez State Jail shall be renamed the Fabian Dale Dominguez Unit. The Formby State Jail shall be renamed the Formby Unit. The Larry Gist State Jail shall be renamed the Larry Gist Unit. The Dempsey Henley State Jail shall be renamed the Dempsey Henley Unit. The Hutchins State Jail shall be renamed the Hutchins Unit. The John R. Lindsay State Jail shall be renamed the John R. Lindsay Unit. The Reynaldo V. Lopez State Jail shall be renamed the Reynaldo V. Lopez Unit. The Pam Lynchner State Jail shall be renamed the Pam Lynchner Unit. The Lucille Plain State Jail shall be renamed the Lucille Plain Unit. The Rogelio Sanchez State Jail shall be renamed the Rogelio Sanchez Unit. The Travis County State Jail shall be renamed the Travis Unit. The J.B. Wheeler State Jail shall be renamed the J.B. Wheeler Unit. The Willacy County State Jail shall be renamed the Willacy Unit. And the Linda Woodman State Jail shall be renamed the Linda Woodman Unit. So with that language of the resolution having been read, are there any questions or comments from any members of the board? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes, Chairman. I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve the recommendation to rename the state jails and correctional centers to units as mentioned in the resolution presented by Chairman Nichols.
A motion has been made by Ms. Zeiker. Do I have a second? Second. I have a motion made by Ms. Zeiker. I have a second from Board Secretary Dr. Rodney Burrow. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. And the resolution will be assigned as passed. The next agenda item is a discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding adoption of new board rule Title 37, Texas Administrative Code, Section 151.58, entitled Legislative Leave Pool. Ms. Greger, if you would present on this item.
Thank you, Chairman. This item proposes the adoption of a new board rule, Legislative Leave Pool, Section 151.58. This new rule establishes a legislative leave pool in compliance with House Bill 1828 of the 89th regular legislative session. This rule was published in the Texas Register and no public comments were received.
Thank you, Ms. Greger. Any questions from members of the board on this item? If not, do I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice adopt Title 37, Texas Administrative Code, Section 151.58, Legislative Leave Pool as published in the Texas Register, and that the chairman sign the order to this effect.
I have a motion from Mr. Fordyce. Do I have a second? Second. I have a motion from Mr. Fordyce. I have a second from Pastor Sprinkle. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes.
And Chairman, if I may go back to readdress item H2, which is the adoption of Rule 159.19.
Of course.
I would like to clarify for the board that the language will be amended since the last time this rule was published. That amendment is simply to remove a linked graphic to the Memorandum of Understanding. And so I would like to clarify that for the board.
Do you believe we need to take another action on it, or do you think our prior vote is sufficient?
I believe additional action would be recommended, sir, as the previous motion moved to adopt the rule as published, but we will be making a change and republishing.
All right, so with respect to this item, do I have a motion to adopt the motion as amended by Ms. Greger during her clarifying comments?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, you do. I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice adopt amendments to Board Rule Title 37, Texas Administrative Code, Section 159.19, Continuity of Care and Services Program for offenders who are elderly, terminally ill, significantly ill, or with a physical disability or having a mental illness, with changes to be republished, and that the chairman sign the order to this effect.
All right, so I have a motion from Vice Chair Johnson. Do I have a second to that motion? Second. I have a motion from Vice Chair Johnson. I have a second from Ms. Zeiker. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Ms. Gray.
Thank you, sir.
It is now time for the chairman's report, although I probably already gave what I think are my most important comments of the day earlier. On a more positive note, however, than my earlier comments, I would like to use my additional time to spotlight a new partnership between TDCJ's Rehabilitation and Reentry Division and our partners at the City of Austin. This partnership benefits both members of our TDCJ populations and the shelter animals they learn to care for and train in that partnership. The Enduring Service Program both improves the adoptability of shelter dogs and provides incarcerated veterans with important life skills. And in providing members of our TDCJ populations with important life skills, the program serves the TDCJ missions of public safety and the reintegration of members of TDCJ populations and their effective reintegration into society. So let's talk about this program briefly. Enduring Service is a 12-week program designed to teach shelter dogs basic obedience skills while providing incarcerated handlers with important life skills. In this program, personnel with the City of Austin train selected inmates at the facility known, well, at least as of our last board action now, as the Travis unit, on the basics of canine behavior, positive reinforcement training for dogs, and responsible pet ownership. The inmates then spend the following 12 weeks training shelter dogs on basic obedience and providing human engagement to prepare those shelter dogs for adoption. Now, this program is very similar to the partnership between the Bartlett Innovation Unit and the Williamson County Regional Animal Shelter, which has proven to be an extremely successful partnership in assisting with the rehabilitation of incarcerated individuals. And there are other programs which I know all of our board members have seen across the state, such as Patriot Paws, that employ similar training and goals and have similar documented success. We have personally seen across our TDCJ units the impact that being involved in an organized effort to truly foster dogs through training has on the men and women who are learning and applying that training. And we can't forget our furry friends. There are obvious benefits to the canine partners of the men and women who step forward to participate in this proven effort. We all know that dogs housed in shelters are more likely to be adopted and to have successful adoptions by forever families if they have obedience training. I know a love of dogs runs across this board, but first and foremost, we as a board are focused on programs that help with rehabilitation and reentry. We know that through this program and programs like it, members of the TDCJ population gain skills beyond canine training techniques. They learn valuable life and soft skills relating to contributing positively to their community and learning to take responsibility for and think not just about their own needs, but what it means to be a responsible member of a broader community. And so make no mistake, the Enduring Service Program is a true partnership between the City of Austin and TDCJ. TDCJ personnel are responsible for screening and selecting inmates who step forward to be these handlers. These handlers are trained by the city and are required to follow a daily list to appropriately care for the pets. This list includes the proper ways to feed, exercise, and house the dogs. Weekly behavior logs are completed to document the dog's training and behavior progress. City personnel also determine which pets in the care of city shelters would be appropriate candidates for this program. The dogs are fully vaccinated, spayed or neutered, microchipped, and treated for fleas and ticks. In addition, the city provides food, care items, and basic veterinary services. The city is responsible for transporting the dogs to the facility, as well as conducting weekly pet health assessments. And so with its focus on rehabilitation, community engagement, and animal well-being, this Enduring Service Program exemplifies how innovative partnerships can create lasting change. and I believe that we have a video about this program that we can now show.
Hi, Theo. Theo, you cannot jump from there.
Jump down.
Don't try it. All the way down.
Open 11.
Today we are bringing the first 6 dogs for our jail program from the Austin Animal Services. We're introducing the dogs to their new handlers. We're just letting the handlers love on the dogs and get used to them and let the dogs get used to the new situations that they're in. Come here, Lincoln.
He's a good boy.
I'm excited about the program because it just gives us a chance to love dogs and groom dogs, and it gives us a chance to help someone while we help ourselves. It's teaching us kindness, patience, understanding, and then we're getting these beautiful dogs ready to go to their forever home.
No interactions with dogs. Walk around, get to know your dogs.
The point of this program is to bring dogs who need a little bit more attention into the jail. The inmates will be training the dogs for 12 weeks. And they're going to get to know their dogs, train them basic behaviors, sit, stay, come, heel, down, anything that we feel the dog needs, calm behaviors, and it's going to make the dogs really adoptable.
Yeah, we're gonna get through it together, man. They everybody's best friend. You could be having the worst day, and your dog could just brighten your day. Like, you look at it, and it's always gonna greet you. It's loving, and if ain't nobody else happy to see you, it's happy to see you. They don't care about your background. They love you for you. To them, you are Alpha and Omega. You are their world. You make their day. And they don't judge you at all.
Brother and sister.
They love each other. It's great because a lot of veterans, they suffer with PTSD and anxiety. And it's just a form of you being able to love and help someone with your anxiety, because a lot of dogs may be battered, and we're battered. So a lot of us been to war. A lot of us been away from family. We're away from family now, so it's just a chance to love and grow and help, and it's helping with your mental. It's something to stimulate your mind, and it's just great overall. And a dog, a man, best friend.
We are working with veterans here at the jail. They've worked really hard to get into the program, and we've worked hard to match them with dogs that are going to complement each other's personalities.
They help them with our PTSD and depression. It's someone, when you're depressed and you have no one else to go to, you go to your dog. You go to your dog for a hug. You go to your dog and rub. You could go to your dog for love and affection. And it's just overall, I believe it's gonna help the morale of every man in here. And it's gonna make every man feel like they have someone if they have no one.
Thank you for that. And I would now like to invite to the podium Mr. Rolando Fernandez, who is the Deputy Director of the Austin Convention Center, to join us. And thank you, Director Fernandez, for being with us this morning. And in a prior role, which I know you're very proud of, to help collaborate with TDCJ to create such a wonderful program that impacts both those incarcerated and dogs in the city shelters. So I would invite you to share some words with us about your involvement in the program and the program itself, sir.
All right. Well, good morning. Thank you, Commissioner Nichols, for that. Board of Directors, appreciate the opportunity to be here. And then Director Lumpkin, thank you for the opportunity to be here as well. I do want to recognize our new director for the Austin Animal Services, Mrs. Monica Dangler, right here, who will be continuing to champion this program on behalf of the City of Austin. And I had the opportunity and privilege, quite honestly, for the last 11 months to serve as the interim director, and really proud of the program that we developed with your team in serving our veterans, our incarcerated veterans, and also providing service to our animals that we care for at the shelter. A couple of people that I want to recognize, first and foremost, Ms. April Zamora, Director of the Rehabilitation Reentry Division Department, and Mr. Lenny Kalunga, Regional Director for the same division. And from the jail unit, from Travis Jail, Warden James Hells, who's been just awesome in working with us. This partnership, like any other partnership, can't happen unless you have leaders who have a vision and the ability to execute on that vision. And so really proud of this effort. And during service, the idea behind the name came from this belief as a veteran that, once a veteran, your service never, is complete. You do your time, you return home, and our gratitude for that service is never ending. And so we just wanted to honor the men and women who have served our country, wanted to honor the men who are in the system right now, recognizing that the service to the country is never forgotten, and we just believe that there's an opportunity for them to have a purpose gain some really incredible skills. The guide that we provided them, the training manual, is several layers thick. We have staff, as you saw in the video, on site at the very beginning of the onboarding process, and continue to go there on a weekly basis to provide additional training, support for the handlers, but also for the animals in our care. And so our goal is, beginning on week 8 of the program, is to start placing those animals on our webpage, on social media, to get them adopted, and then we'll do it all over again. And so really excited about this program, really excited about the partnership that we created, and looking to enhance that program as we continue to work on this effort together. So thank you for the time this morning.
Well, thank you, Mr. Fernandez, and also Ms. Dangler. It's Monica Dangler, who's the Director of Austin Animal Services. We appreciate you being with us here today, and you know, it's important to spotlight these programs, and it's important to spotlight these programs in a way that allows the public to see the entirety of what's being done in these programs. Because sometimes people will look at a program like this, and they might just look at one aspect of the program and try to, you know, publicize that one aspect, but it doesn't reflect what's actually going on with it.
Correct.
But it's only through efforts of individuals like you, Mr. Fernandez, that and the collaboration that you've had with the TDCJ and particularly the Travis unit, that can make these things happen. But we can't ever make that progress unless we have these collaborative partnerships. And I know I speak for the board in saying that we welcome these partnerships, and we hope to see many more like it that help to benefit the community,
Yes.
as well as our population. So thank you very much for being here, sir.
Okay. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
All right, next item on our agenda is a report from our TDCJ Executive Director, Mr. Bobby Lumpkin. Mr. Lumpkin, I understand you have 2 topics for us today, so when you're ready, please proceed.
Good morning. Yes, 2 topics this morning. Chairman Nichols, Vice Chair Johnson, Secretary Burrow, members. First item today I would like to highlight is our state employee charitable campaign that we participate in every year here in the state of Texas. With approximately 32,000 employees, the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, as many know, is embedded in communities across the great state of Texas. Our mission is to keep our Texas communities safe, but the men and women of this agency go beyond that call, supporting their communities and those in need. Each year, TDCJ joins other state agencies and higher education institutions in participating in the State Employee Charitable Campaign, SECC, of Texas. Created by the Texas Legislature in 1993, SECC is one of the largest state employee campaigns in the country. Each year, from September 1 through October 31st, TDCJ units, divisions, departments, and many of our employees hold campaigns to raise money for various charities as part of SECC. From bake sales and silent auctions to boograms and various events, SCC coordinators host creative fundraisers to engage employees and raise funds for vetted nonprofit organizations. We're proud to announce that in 2025, agency employees contributed a total of over $358,000 to charities, with $238,000 plus, just shy of $239,000, cash donations, and almost $120,000 in payroll deductions. Lastly, I want to thank all of our volunteers who coordinated these events and their employees across the state that donated to these great causes. These efforts will significantly impact the lives of Texans, and I believe we have a video also to share some of the examples of some of the efforts.
SECC is the State Employees Charitable Campaign. It's been in effect over 30 years. It was established by the legislature, and we have 2 months out of the year. We do September and October, where the state agency employees are able to contribute money and fundraise. It's just an opportunity for fundraising events, and which gives us an opportunity to kind of have more camaraderie between our groups. And you know, one division can put on a fundraiser and all the other divisions can come over and, you know, participate. CID is doing a fresh squeezed lemonade, and that would be fantastic. There's silent auctions with different baskets and things of that nature. You know, we have a chili cook-off over at one of the locations here in town that draws people in from all across town. They can literally be guessing how much candy is in a jar, and that can go on that can be one fundraiser that goes on for the entire month, and people are still paying money. You know, sometimes they have singing telegrams and stuff like that. It's just fun things, and so many people dedicate their time away from work to SCCC. It's fantastic to see people give their time and their dedication. You can go to the TDCJ website and search SCCC. There's a place on the website where it's going to show you many of the events that people ask to be advertised there. And so it gives you a good idea of things that are coming up. In the past, we've done Pie the Boss, Kiss the Pig, all kinds of things, and that one was a hit. So definitely looking forward to that day. It's something that you're doing that's outside of your normal day-to-day job, but it's working for a great cause, and it's working together, and it's fantastic.
Just to wrap up, just a great effort from so many, and just to, as many of us know, but just to also mention that a lot of the activities or various activities you see are out of pocket. They're not with appropriated funds. But what it does for those in need is huge, and huge impact, ripple effect every single year. Special thanks to Shanna James, who serves as the TDCJ SCCC coordinator, and the many SCCC coordinators throughout the divisions across the state. Thank you. Second item, and we mentioned a little bit earlier, absolutely.
If board members wanted to just simply donate during this campaign season, who do we make our check payable to?
Just get with me and we'll
make it payable to you?
No, not to me. No, not to me. But get with me and we'll get it
okay, great.
funneled through.
Yeah, that
legally.
would be great if we just as board members can just donate. We may not be able
Absolutely.
to make potato pies and all of that,
Right.
but I think we can write a check to this particular effort.
Yes, absolutely. You can make, and donations to who wants to get a pie in the face. You saw Mr. Guerrero's picture up there, so you can donate to.
Why wasn't yours up there? That's what I was
I was wondering the same thing.
Yeah.
I'll check on that. All right. Thank you. Second item is to speak to the Giles Dobby unit, which we are going to dedicate, open up, grand opening ribbon cutting next week. Of course, we've already opened, and I'll highlight some of that in my update. So we began the operation of the Dobby unit in Post last month. During the 89th legislative session, TDCJ was allocated funds to purchase the 251,000 square foot facility from Garza County for $110 million. The Giles Dobby unit, named after the late Garza County judge, will have a capacity of approximately 1,900 inmates. The facility was built between 1997 and 1998. It is fully air conditioned and sits on 72 acres of land. Incarcerated individuals at the unit will have the opportunity to participate in educational courses, substance abuse treatment, and life skills programs. In addition, as Superintendent Hartman mentioned earlier, academic courses from Windham School District will offer introduction to construction careers and RV service technician programs to equip students with workforce skills, as well as with changes and cognitive intervention to assist with life skills. As we talked about earlier, some substance abuse challenges inside the agency. We'll also have a program there to help combat substance use and addiction. Inmates who arrive at the unit will have an opportunity to enroll in Recovery Housing Opportunity Program, RHOP. This program helps inmates build character, correct self-defeating behaviors, and practice self-examination and servant leadership to achieve long-term sobriety. Led by peer recovery specialists, participants learn from a holistic curriculum and live in a zero-tolerance environment that together promotes health, accountability, and lasting recovery. After completing RHOP, individuals are moved to a sober living dorm where they can live in a supportive environment that provides structure, accountability, and a community focused on recovery and maintaining sobriety. The Dalby unit will also have a housing area for the substance use education program. This 6-month parole-voted program uses modified therapeutic community methods to promote positive behavior through education, peer support, and accountability. Placement is determined by a risk-based screening tool. Higher-risk inmates enter the full therapeutic community program, while lower-risk inmates participate in focused education tracks. The Corrective Intervention Pre-Release Program is a 4-month program designed to transition individuals from restrictive housing to the general population. The program, built on the principles of motivational interviewing and cognitive behavior therapy, helps participants build self-awareness, make healthier decisions, and learn empathy for their impacts on others. Additionally, certified mental health peers, life coaches, and field ministers will be assigned to the unit, providing the population with more opportunities to transform their lives. We began populating the unit again at the beginning of January. We expect the unit will be fully populated in March. And again, next week on Tuesday afternoon, many of you will be there, many here in the room and that's watching today, to host a dedication ceremony. We look forward to seeing some of you there. And just in closing, would want to also just thank all of our staff that made this possible. Many divisions, many folks that aren't in the room today because they're still out making things ready. The facility sat vacant for over a year, so a lot of work by our facilities division, correctional institutions division, manufacturing, agribusiness, logistics, rehabilitation, reentry, information technology, and I could name everybody that has made a huge impact to bring this home on. And then, of course, we're going to see our good friend, Senior Warden Adam Gonzalez, that transferred there from Bill Clements to Dalby and has been there standing it up since the fall of last year. So look forward to next week. Thank you for all the support and bringing it online.
Thank you, Mr. Lumpkin, for the report. And I've got a resolution to present as part of the Mr. Lumpkin's report. And this proposed resolution is entitled Giles W. Dalby Unit. Whereas the Giles W. Dalby Correctional Facility, located in Post, Texas, was established in 1999 and named after Judge Giles W. Dalby Sr., who was instrumental in establishing a contract with the Federal Bureau of Prisons to operate a private prison for federal inmates. Opening the facility brought hundreds of jobs to Post, and for a time made it the largest employer in Garza County. And whereas the namesake of the facility, Judge Dalby, retired in 2006 as the longest-serving constitutional county judge in the state of Texas after 14 years of distinguished service. Throughout his career and life, Judge Dalby received numerous accolades and honors, and his leadership and character left an enduring legacy of public service within the community. During his tenure as county judge, he was committed to strategic economic development and expanding opportunities for rehabilitation within the juvenile justice, mental health, and correctional systems, while continuing to serve and strengthen the community he faithfully represented. And whereas the Texas Department of Criminal Justice received funding from the legislature during the 89th legislative session to purchase the facility in Post, bringing the total number of TDCJ correctional facilities to 104, with a maximum capacity of 1,906. The acquisition of the Giles W. Dalby Correctional Facility provides needed additional capacity and assists in the ongoing effort to expand the availability of air-conditioned beds within the agency. And whereas guided by the TDCJ 2030 vision, the agency is committed to optimizing resources and building a more sustainable and effective correctional system. In aligning with this objective, the TDCJ has prioritized enhancing rehabilitative programming, educational resources, and workforce training. The addition of the capacity at the Giles W. Dalby Correctional Facility contributes to the expansion of these initiatives and increases the reentry success of individuals returning to Texas communities. And whereas consistent With TDCJ practice, the unit shall be called the Giles W. Dalby Unit. The opening of the Giles W. Dalby Unit creates approximately 300 positions staffed by employees dedicated to fulfilling the agency's mission. The addition of these positions will strengthen TDCJ's operational capacity and contribute to the economic vitality of the City of Post and the surrounding communities. And therefore, be it hereby resolved, we, the Texas Board of Criminal Justice, celebrate the establishment of the Giles W. Dalby Unit. And so with that, do I have a motion to adopt that resolution?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve the recommendation for the establishment of the Giles W. Dalby Unit, Post, Texas, as mentioned in the resolution presented by Chairman Nichols.
I have a motion from Ms. Ziker. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion from Ms. Ziker. I have a second from Vice Chair Johnson. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. The resolution will be signed. Thank you again, Mr. Lumpkin.
Just one thing I do want to add, because to the point of the employees that are being hired there and brought on, again, all divisions are very instrumental, but do want to mention, of course, Mary Babcock, Jeremy Bryant, and their efforts from Human Resources, many recruiting events in the community and surrounding communities, and of course, TLDD, Renee Hinojosa and his trainers to run some special non-scheduled that we didn't have in the calendar year pre-service academies to make it possible. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Next item on our agenda, TDCJ's IT Director, Tina Clark, will be presenting a status update on information technology initiatives. If you could rejoin us at the podium, Ms. Clark, and when you're ready, please begin.
Good afternoon again. As you may notice, we have revised our report with a new layout, just adding a little content and laying it out a little differently to be of more help as you read through it. We're going to start with project number 1, Technology Enhanced Inmate Count. Last report, we were in the pre-initiation phase, and we have moved to the procurement phase. That procurement phase is expected to be completed by the end of March. The project is on track to be completed in July of this year. We most recently conducted site visits with vendors at the Estelle unit on February 17th, and their bids are due on March the 3rd. Number 2 is inmate banking. It remains in the execution phase with 18% complete, and it is on track. $340,000 has been spent out of the allocated budget for that project, and it is on track for completion by November of 2026. Number 3 is the Centralized Accounting, Payroll, and Personnel System, CAPS. It remains or continues in the execution phase as well, with 55% complete. I will say that every day after the publishing of this report, that percentage goes up. This project is recognized as a high-risk project, but we do remain on track for going live with the HR payroll system on July 13th of 2026. Number 4 is broadband connectivity. It remains in the procurement pre-solicitation phase. We have changed the completion of that pre-solicitation phase from February to April of this year, with a projected contract to be awarded sometime in in December of 2026. Number 5 is Corrections Information Technology System, CITS 2.0. It has moved from the procurement solicitation phase to procurement evaluation phase. We have set a new date for completion, or a date for completion of that phase is June of 2026. We have 2 solicitations that are under evaluation. One for the offender management system, which is the CITS product, and the second one for program and project management. The next one, number 6, is OIG Crime Management System. It remains in the pre-solicitation phase. We have changed the completion of that phase from February of 2026 to March 2026, with an expected project contract to be executed September of 2026. Number 7 is the learning management system. It remains, excuse me, it remains in the pre-solicitation phase, and a date has been set to complete that phase as April of 2026, with a projected contract execution date being changed from September to October of 26. And number 8 is the video surveillance analog conversion system, which also remains in the pre-solicitation phase, and we have changed that completion of that phase from February to May of 26, with a contract to be executed, and that change has been moved from September to December of 26. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Ms. Clark, for a very excellent report. Just one follow-up question on item number 1. So the anticipated project completion for the count pilot at Estelle will be July of 2026?
Yes, sir.
And I just make the comment, I know that I'll be seconded by Mr. Lumpkin, that even as that pilot is being implemented, but especially when it's fully implemented, that we will be opening up that facility for any member of our legislature or anyone else who would like to be able to see how that modernization effort is actually working. And so let me just add my additional thanks to those I know you've already gotten from me privately and from Mr. Lumpkin for all the hard work that's gone on in that pilot project, which, as we all know, will serve the objective of streamlining the count process in a way that will make our operational work practices much more efficient and free up time that can be used by security and other unit staff to be engaged in other activities. So thank you very much for that. Any other comments or questions on the report? Pastor Sprinkle.
I had just one follow-up. With the advances and the technology required to support number 1, is some of that involved in number 4 as well? Or are they related whatsoever?
For broadband connectivity? Yeah, somewhat. So broadband connectivity focuses on getting fiber infrastructure to each building for all of the units. With the Estelle, there is fiber presence there. So now we're taking that and expanding on the network.
It's
and
more the
installing Wi-Fi. Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, sir. So there are funds being spent to take that one step further with the cabling for the wireless access points.
Thank you.
Yeah, and Pastor Sprinkle, absolutely. Is there a connection between the two? Because
Must have one.
if we're fortunate enough to be able to get the support to be able to roll that pilot in that system that is dependent on a robust wireless system, to get that rolled out to these other units, I think is your point, that we're going to need to get that broadband to these other units as well.
Yes,
So,
sir.
absolutely. Okay. Any other questions or thoughts? If not, thank you very much for your report, Ms. Clark. The next agenda item is the Sunset Implementation Overview Presentation. Mr. Barbie, I see you coming up to the podium. Mr. Barbie is the TDCJ Director of the Office of Strategic Initiatives and Modernization. And so we're looking forward to your update on where we are on implementation of Sunset recommendations and the Sunset report from the last session. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Good, excuse me. Good morning, Chairman Nichols, members of the board, Director Lumpkin. Appreciate this opportunity to provide you all. It will be a brief and succinct overview of what TDCJ is doing to implement the very important recommendations and mandates that came to us from the Sunset report and Senate Bill 2405 that was passed during the legislative session. So essentially, the role of the Office of Strategic Initiatives and Modernization with regard to Sunset is to oversee what the agency is doing writ large on implementing the various items. We, as virtually every single division in the agency is, we are also involved in many of the specific items needing to be implemented. But even for those things that we are not the front ground troops implementing, we're providing this oversight function. The Sunset Staff Report and the legislation that was passed provided us with the recommendations and the mandates that we needed to implement over the coming years. And so in that agency oversight role, we are also tracking and analyzing the performance, the progress of what is being done. So just to give you a bit of an introduction or an overview of it, the report itself was arranged in 8 different issues, chapters is a way you could think of it, and each of those are identified here on this slide. They are not mutually exclusive. So for example, issue number 3, data systems, that permeates all aspects of the agency. So there's a lot of overlap between these different issue areas. Those last 2 that we've identified there were also some recommendations that the Sunset Commission itself made upon receipt from the staff report. And then finally, the agency itself, when a bill was being crafted, we also raised our hand and said, hey, there's a couple of things that we would like to have added to help clean up, tighten up statutory language, things of that nature. So across all of those issue areas, that resulted in 73 different projects that the agency needed to be moving forward on and implementing per the requirements of Sunset. There are literally over 350 subtasks that need to be accomplished to get those different 73 projects across the finish line. The critical parts to all of our oversight in this is coordination with every one of these divisions and the stakeholders that they've identified to carry forth the implementation that needs to take place, but then also having a modern platform to ensure everybody has the necessary visibility into what's being done. We're not relying on emails and phone calls to understand, is an item being moved forward as it needs to be? We have a visible platform that we all have access to, and that's proved to be very, very, very helpful from a management and oversight perspective. I want to give just a couple of quick examples of these 73 different projects. Obviously, there's not enough time to go into in-depth on very many of them, but 2 of them I feel are worth bringing to your attention. The first one is, ironically, the very first recommendation that was identified in the Sunset Report. Again, this is in that issue area that is specific to our facilities. And Sunset asks that the agency essentially create a long-term plan for how we would answer questions around which of our units are the most expensive to maintain, which of our units have the best staffing ratios, is there an intersection between maintenance issues and staffing? And that's just a couple of examples of the kinds of things that we're going to be assembling about every single one of the units that we have in our system. So staffing, maintenance, logistical concerns. Some of our units are closer to urban areas than others. That creates supply line, logistical things that we have to be contemplating constantly as we're thinking about the long-term viability of our system. Another project that is candidly very excited to report about this one. This is the recommendation 4.3. That issue area had to do with inmate programming. Basically, what this recommendation challenged the agency to do was to have a better way at assembling all of the necessary information to be able to speak to, these are the number of individuals awaiting placement into a program that they've been voted into by the Board of Pardons and Paroles. If they're not yet in the program, is there a delay that's caused that, and what is the delay for their lack of placement into a program? We have made shocking progress. We literally have probably fewer than 100 inmates that are not in the program that we want them to be in right now. And when you consider we have literally thousands and thousands and thousands of individuals we're moving into programs, that's a remarkable mark of performance. And this system is now helping us track all of that information. And it's been a truly collaborative effort between my team, April Zamora's team, Rich Babcock's team, and it really is a perfect illustration of what TDCJ is able to do when we put all of our efforts together as a team. And so just kind of winding it down, this is a quick kind of checkbox list of some of the progress and next steps that we're involved in. I mentioned already that we have that singular platform that lets everybody have visibility into all of the different projects, all of the different tasks. We have the engagement and the collaboration that's happening literally on a daily basis with all of the different stakeholders. 40 of those 73 different projects are completed. So we are literally more than halfway done with the entirety of all of the projects, recommendations and mandates that we need to do. We have begun drafting the reports that we're going to need to be able to turn over both to the Sunset Commission as well as the State Auditor's Office. So the progress is good. Some of them are definitely very challenging and require a lot of lifting, but we've got the horses in the barn, so to speak, that are getting it done. And I stand open for any questions that you may have.
Well, thank you, Mr. Barbie, for your presentation and also for helping to quarterback the response to Sunset. And it sounds to me like, just big picture, we're on track to get those other 33 projects completed timely as well.
Absolutely. No red flags or anything like that for the rest of them.
Okay. Any other questions or comments on this report?
I just wanted to echo, I really do appreciate the fact that we have come a long way on this, and thank you so much for your work and your team, and the fact that we have completed 40 of the 73. I'm excited about that, so thank you so very much.
Absolutely.
Mr. Lumpkin?
Just quickly again, thank you, Andy, you and team, many in the room, many not here today, but as he mentioned, quarterbacking this, still got a long ways, considerable way to go on some heavy lifts, but no, great accomplishments so far, and of course, all this being done in a time of caps and everything else going on with many divisions. So thank you to all the divisions, and Andy, you and your team, and for what's to come too. Thank you.
You bet. Thank you, sir. Thank you all.
Thank you. Keep it up.
Thank you.
All right. Our next item on the agenda is a discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding Facilities Division project status of board-approved projects. So we're going to have Mr. Andrews, the TCJ Facilities Division Director, rejoin us at the podium. And when you're ready, Mr. Andrews, please proceed.
Chairman Nichols, Vice Chair Johnson, Mr. Lumpkin, members of the board. I would like to provide an update on the status of board-approved projects. Item number 1 is the Michael Unit Replace Roofs. This project is complete. The board-approved program cost of this project was $12,621,300. And the estimated closeout cost is $10,921,546. That is $1,699,754 million, or 13% under program cost. Item number 2 is the Hughes Unit Replace Roofs. The project is 2%. Submittals are ongoing, and the schedule is approved. Contractor is currently mobilizing. Item number 3 is the Huntsville Unit Replace Roof Building number 1121. This project is noticed to proceed pending. Item number 4 is the Huntsville Unit Repair Replace Roof Mechanical Department Building. This project is 32%. The contractor is currently working on the roofing area number 4, which is over the vehicle repair area of that building. Item number 5 is the Stringfellow Unit Replace Roof and Rooftop HVAC Equipment, BOQ number 1732. This project is noticed to proceed pending. Item number 6 is the Holiday Unit Construct New Training Facility. This project is 71%. Their contractor is currently installing the ceiling grid within Building A, which is the main office building. They're installing mechanical, electrical, and plumbing in Building B, which is the barracks, and they're currently installing range equipment in Building C, which is obviously the firing range. Item number 7 is the Ferguson Unit Construct Water Treatment Plant. This project is 40%. Ground storage tanks are being installed. The contractor is currently pouring the foundation for the Chemical Control Building. Item number 8 is the Ramsey Unit Renovate Water Tower. This project is 30%. Containment system has been installed and sandblasting has begun on that water tower. Item number 9 is the Connolly Unit Replace Plumbing and Controls, 3, 4, 7, 10, and 11 buildings, inmate housing. This project is 62%. They have completed 3 building and they are mobilizing on to 4 building at this time. Item number 10 is the Connolly Unit Replace Plumbing and Controls, 8, 12, 18, and 19 buildings, inmate housing. This project is 21%. The electrical is complete in 8 building, and they've started installing conduit for the electrical in 12 building. Item number 11 is the Ellis Unit Fire Alarm System. This project is 65%. The contractor is pulling wire and installing fire alarm devices and conduit at this time. Item number 12 is the Ferguson Unit Install Fire Alarm System. This project is 80%. The contractor is installing underground conduit between the main building, north gym, and contact visitation. Item number 13 is the Beto Unit Renovate Ice House. This project is 90%. The contractor is finalizing electrical work and preparing for final inspection. Item number 14 is the Beto Unit Install Transformer Substation. This project is noticed to proceed pending. Item number 15 is the Hobby Unit Construct Multi-Use Facility. This project is 8%. Temporary power has been installed to the contractor trailer, and they have begun subsurface utilities relocation at this time. Item 16 is the Goodman Unit Install HVAC, ISF. This project is 98%. The generator has arrived and is being installed. The air conditioning is fully operational at this time. Item number 17 is the Michael Unit Install HVAC System Efficiency Upgrades 12 Building Inmate Housing. This project is complete. The board approved program cost of this project was $6,559,500, and the estimated closeout cost is $4,683,115. This is $1,576,385, or 24% under program cost. Item number 18 is the Stiles Unit HVAC System Efficiency Upgrades 12 Building Inmate Housing. This project is 25%. All air handlers are on site. All conduit installation work is complete at this time. Item 19 is the Boyd Unit Install HVAC Inmate Housing. The project is 6%. Laydown yard is complete. Submittals are ongoing. The equipment has been ordered with an estimated delivery date of September 2026. Item 20 is the Gurney Unit Install HVAC Inmate Housing. This project is 8% complete. Laydown yard is complete. Submittal work is ongoing. Equipment has been ordered with an estimated delivery date of July 2026. Item 21 is the High Tower Unit Install HVAC Inmate Housing. This project is 6%. Laydown yard is complete. Submittal work is ongoing. Currently, there's no estimated delivery date for equipment at this time. Item number 22 is the Jester 3 Unit Install HVAC Inmate Housing. This project is 20%. Contractor is installing concrete pads for the main building. Trustee camp installation work is ongoing. All HVAC equipment is on site. Item 23 is the Luther Unit HVAC Inmate Housing. This project is 20%. Contractor installation of equipment in the day room and north dorm of the trustee camp is ongoing. HVAC equipment is on site. Item number 24 is the Polonsky Unit Install HVAC 3 Building. This project is 6%. Installation of the concrete pads is ongoing. Equipment has been ordered with an estimated delivery date of April 2026. Item 25 is the Pallage Unit Install HVAC Inmate Housing. This project is 22%. Contractor is installing concrete pads for the main building. Trustee camp installation is ongoing for HVAC equipment. Equipment has been ordered camp installation is ongoing. Equipment has been ordered with an estimated delivery date of March 2026. Item number 26 is a Stevenson unit install HVAC inmate housing. This project is 5%. Laydown yard is complete. Submittals are ongoing. Equipment has been ordered with an estimated delivery date of September 2026. Item number 27 is a Styles unit install HVAC 8 building. This project is 7%. Contractors are installing pads for the HVAC equipment. Laydown yard is complete. Submittals are ongoing and equipment is being ordered. Estimated delivery date is pending on those orders. Item number 28 is the Terrell unit install HVAC inmate housing. This project is 25%. Installation of electrical and ductwork is ongoing. Equipment has been ordered and has an estimated delivery date of April 2026. Item number 29 through 41 are construct expansion dorms at the Bell, Choicemore, Estes, Hamilton, Hightower, Jester 3, Lopez, Luther, Memorial, Montford, Pack, Sanchez, and Travis units. These projects are notice of award pending. This concludes my project status updates, and I'll stand by for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Andrews. Any comments or questions from members of the board?
Just had a quick question. Item 17, Michael, we completed that project and it took us about 2 years. Will that be the average length of time it's going to take us to complete some of these other similar projects in terms of air conditioning?
It depends on lead times of equipment. Depends on any unforeseens that we may run into on the installation side of it. It does take time. I can't say that that's going to be the average moving forward. It's a case-by-case basis. But yes, we run into those things from time to time, and it just takes an exorbitant amount of time sometimes.
Thank you.
But we are moving with all deliberate speed.
Yes, sir, absolutely. That's of the utmost importance to us to get that stuff done, and to get all these AC projects installed throughout the agency, so that we can, provide that environment to the inmates and our staff.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions or comments? If not, Mr. Andrews, thank you very much for your presentation today.
Thank you, sir.
The next agenda item is a discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding proposed land transaction request to amend an existing facility site and road access easements, Halbert Unit, Burnett, Texas. TDCJ Manufacturing, Agribusiness, and Logistics Division Director, Mr. Bill Lewis, will be presenting. Mr. Lewis, when you're ready, please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairman Nichols, Mr. Lumpkin, Vice Chair Johnson, board members. Today I have 2 land transactions that I'll be presenting to you on the agenda, recommending approval at the board meeting. The first item is an easement amendment originally granted in 2019 at the Halbert Unit. Atmos Energy Corporation requests to expand by amendment an existing service facility site easement at the Halbert Unit. The client would like to expand the existing easement of 0.59 acres by an additional 0.287 acres, or 12,500 square feet. In addition, the client requests 0.147 acres, or 6,403.32 square feet of land to use for temporary workspace. The expanded area will be used as an upgrade to their ongoing operations at the facility site and maintenance of several permanent gas pipeline easements. Atmos Energy Corporation has agreed to pay $9,765 for the amendment of existing easement for a 10-year term. I'll stand available for questions.
Any questions or comments from the board on this item? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve the request to amend an existing facility site and road access easements at the Halbert Unit in Burnett, Texas, as presented.
I have a motion from Board Secretary Dr. Rodney Burrow. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion from Dr. Burrow, a second from Pastor Sprinkle. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. The second item, Mr. Lewis, is a discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding proposed land transaction request to renew an expiring natural gas pipeline, Boyd Unit, Teague, Texas. Please proceed.
Energy Transfer Fuel LP requests to renew an easement at the Boyd Unit consisting of an area 13.5 acres of land, 9,476.39 feet long, or 574.33 rods by 60 feet wide by one natural gas pipeline. Energy Transfer Fuel has agreed to pay $402,031 for the renewal of this easement for a 10-year term. Initial easement was granted in 2006 with a renewal in 2016. This will be the second renewal for this easement. I stand available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Any questions or comments from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve the request to renew an expired natural gas pipeline at the Boyd Unit in Teague, Texas, as presented.
I have a motion from Ambassador Sibb. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion from Ambassador Sibb. I have a second from Vice Chair Johnson. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Lewis. The next item on our agenda is a report from the Office of the Independent Ombudsman. Independent Ombudsman Director, Mr. Brian Patrick, will be presenting. Mr. Patrick, I see you coming up to the podium, and when you're ready, please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman Nichols, Vice Chair Johnson, board members, Mr. Lumpkin, good morning. This is the report for the Independent Ombudsman's Office through the period December 1st through January 15th. It is a little odd with the reporting as being 46 days just because of the timing that we had to have this information in. So we had 708 complaints, 2 of which were sent by a general consulate or by a legislative office. And as a reminder, a complaint is any allegation when taken as true rises above mere speculation. That is the total number that we had for the look-back period. We also have 1,986 complaints year-to-date for the fiscal year. I also want to point out to the board, we do have an ongoing study into food service quality, quantity, and sanitation of food service areas ongoing. We are accepting the complaints that come in. We're compiling those. We are looking at spots where we have the most complaints, trying to put those into a list so we can look at areas of high need, areas of low need, where we can go out and do a study into the different units around the state. Please. This slide will tell you about the number of complaints that we have for each code category. As is, was, and most likely will be, emergency complaints are the most. Those generally involve a life endangerment allegation. We also have medical, which as we know is simply a referral to health services, but as we can see, 33% of about what we do in the office isn't for us, it's for another agency where we have to make a referral. We also have some facility and some staffing issues, and then down at the bottom we have 2 religious cases which were worked on to the past period. And this is the way that these inquiries and complaints come into us. Some by U.S. mail, but the overwhelming majority is through email or through the form that we have, a web form, which sends us that information on the complaints. We also had 75 which require translation services. That ends my report, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Patrick. I'll just try to help with the workflow here. So just so everybody knows, medical issues, those are not handled by the Independent Ombudsman's Office, correct?
That's correct, sir. Because of privacy laws, we can't look into an inmate's medical file any more than we could anybody from the general public.
So if an individual member of the population or a family member has a concern over medical, where should they go?
They go to health services, health.services@tdcj.texas.gov. We get those all day, every day. We end up taking that, we forward it over to health services so they can go direct with the person who filed the complaint. Takes us out of the loop, but we make sure that health services does get that referral and that person's problems, concerns, questions are addressed.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions or comments from the board on Mr. Patrick's report? If not, thank you very much for your report, sir. Our next update from our board director reports comes from Director of the Independent Office of Inmate Counsel, Ms. Wyvon Long. If you're ready, Ms. Long, you may proceed.
Thank you.
I just have a little update about what's been going on in the Independent Office of Inmate Counsel. In December, we held our annual office-wide meeting. We did something a little different. We did game show battle rooms, which is an event in Houston where they do mock Jeopardy and Family Feud and things like this. And so the office went down there, and we had some fun, and we did some team building. So it was a nice day. We had food together, we ate together, and then we had a formal meeting in the afternoon. So we do have one attorney that is leaving, Stephanie Carl. She came in 2018, and she worked in criminal and in civil. She worked in appellate, and that's really where she found her niche. But she is going home to Alabama, and we are very sad about that, but we wish her the best. And we have some new employees, new attorneys, new legal assistant, which is very exciting. Mr. Richmond Ajiman and Alexander Huffman are two new attorneys that we have welcomed in the last month to the criminal section. Haley O'Brien will be coming to civil defense next week on Wednesday. Very thrilled about that. Mr. Chambliss was going to be with us, and he rethought that maybe it was a little too challenging, and he declined. So that was sent in before he declined. We also have Maya Edwards, who is a new legal assistant in legal services. Very excited about all of those new people, new attorneys to train up. And these guys are so excited about being there and doing the work. It's refreshing to see. And then just an overview of what we've been doing. Over 1,400 total active cases. We've handled over 3,000 pieces of correspondence, opened 172 cases, closed 137 cases. So we're pretty busy all the time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Well, thank you very much for that report, Ms. Long. Any comments or questions from any member of the board? If not, keep up the good work.
Thank you.
The next item on our agenda is a report from the Prison Rape Elimination Act Ombudsman. PREA Ombudsman Ms. Cassandra McGilbra will be with us here today. And Ms. McGilbra, I see that you're now at the podium, so when you're ready, please proceed.
Good morning, Chairman, Vice Chair Johnson, board members, and Mr. Lumpkin. I wanted to present my overview for the Pre-Ombudsman Office because we didn't report out in December board. I wanted to give the numbers for that. So for from October the 25th through January 26th, we had 1,015 PREA inquiries received. Of those, 607 from the general public and 408 from inmates. 1,013 PREA inquiries were completed by my office, and those are responses that were provided, as well as those included 599 general public and 414 inmate. My PREA compliance specialist assisted with 14 PREA audits for the agency. Those were 8 correctional institution division facilities, 6 community service and corrections departments, the CSCDs, and we reviewed 691 PREA investigations. And as far as any activity, my staff attended the Texas Correctional Association conference in San Antonio in November of 2025. And that's all I have for my report out as far as what's going on in the office. But I did want to report my announcement to retire in August of 2026. I made the decision to retire. It's been an honor to serve in this, in a professional, committed to public service, accountability, and rehabilitation. I will be having served the agency for 35 years in June, and I don't know, I'm excited, but I'm nervous. When I walked in this morning, Mr. White, I don't think he's still here, but the gentleman that did the parole presentation, he introduced himself and said, "Hey, Ms. Cooper." And I'm thinking, Don't laugh at me, Bobby. But when he said Miss Cooper, I automatically knew where he knew me from. He knew me from Ferguson Unit, where I started in June of 1991. He also was familiar with my work with the PREA office. I was the peer education coordinator, and I was responsible for assisting with those peer education conferences for the agency. And so it was kind of refreshing that he remembered the peer education part of that, but I just wanted to make that announcement. And hopefully I'll enjoy my time when I'm gone.
Well, Ms. McGilbert, you can't leave yet. So, first of all, thank you for your presentation, and second of all, we appreciate you keeping us apprised of the next step on your journey. But at this time, it's appropriate to kind of reflect on things, what you're doing, and for us to reflect on the great contributions that you've made over the entire course of your career with TDCJ and later with the Pre-Ombudsman program. So,
Yes,
so it is because of people like you, dedicated individuals like you, that these programs can be run in an effective, robust way that's consistent with obviously the goals and guidelines of the system, and also with all of the requirements of federal and state law. So, so on behalf of this board, I'm sure we'll have a chance we have had chances to talk privately.
Mm-hmm.
We will have more chances to talk privately, but
Yes,
but let's just take this moment right now in this public setting to thank Ms. McGilbert for her valiant and valued efforts over the course of years to help better our great state of Texas.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
The next item on our agenda is a report from the Office of the Independent Auditor. Chief Audit Executive Mr. Chris Cerrito will be presenting. Mr. Cerrito, if you're ready, please proceed.
I am ready. That was a heck of a segue. If you'll go ahead. I have a few changes to the status report. I'll just take you through the status report itself quickly and point out those changes. Our fiscal year 24 projects, they are complete. We don't have anything left for carryover for 24. If you see our fiscal year 25 projects, we had some that were carried over into 26. And then we've got 4 that are currently ongoing. We've got inmate communication contracts, Project 2506, SISP. Project 2510 is now a draft report, as well as 2504. That's a draft report as well. And then 2512 is our internal audit self-study. As I've mentioned before, oftentimes people ask who audits the auditors. And by standards, we have to get an independent external peer review every 3 years. As a part of that, we do a self-study that is a part of the process. We are completing that and currently in conversations with a peer review team to come in and look at our compliance with both United States government auditing standards and global internal auditing standards. And then Project 2613, I believe is on the next slide. 2613 is now, that is a follow-up of State Ready. That has actually moved into the report writing phase. And that's it. That's all the changes. I'm a little off my game today because this is, as you guys know, this is my last board meeting. So.
And I do want you to refresh everyone's recollection on the timing of your transition and so forth. What's your plan?
So my plan is I am retiring on March 31st. I will be around until then and want to support whoever the person is that the board selects to take my place. So I will be doing that, but I will still be around until March 31st.
Well, I think that we have done it before, but I think it would be appropriate to do it again, consistent with the recognition that we just made of Ms. McGilbra for her efforts, to again recognize Mr. Cerrito for all of his outstanding contribution in his role within the independent audit function. And like I said about the PREA program, internal audit is a program that is intended to make sure that we have a check to make sure that there are the right controls, the right processes in place to make sure that the public interest in the ethical and efficient and effective operation of state government happens. And we can't fulfill that mission without having outstanding individuals who are committed to making sure that the principles of internal audit are carried forward. And so at this point, I would ask us all to recognize Mr. Cerrito for his efforts over these many years.
And if you'll indulge me for just one more minute.
Yes, sir.
In keeping with the theme of earlier today, I would be absolutely remiss if I did not publicly thank my wife, Connie Cerrito. Those of you who know her know what a challenge she's up to, and you know I'm that challenge.
We get a little sense of it.
Just a little bit. But her support, her unwavering love, her wisdom, her wise counsel, every day is extraordinary, and she knows what that means.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next agenda item is a report on the Office of the Inspector General, and our Inspector General, Mr. Lance Coleman, will be rejoining us at the podium. When you're ready, Mr. Coleman, please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman Nichols, board members, Mr. Lumpkin. I just have a couple of things, an overview of some of the investigations, some of the fruits of our investigations. Now, these are active investigations, so I can't release any names. The first case is going to go to the All Red unit, where we had information through the Fusion Center and working with TDCJ, CID on a visitor that was going to smuggle in K2 into visitation. So she came into visitation, and when she went to the restroom, we had CID go check the restroom, and we located, this is one of the two contrabands. It's 147 grams of paper-laced K2 that she was going to smuggle into the inmate and hopefully get through visitation into the prison. Next one. And then the sock on the left has 104 grams, and you can see on the right, the same as you just saw a minute ago in the cellophane wrapped. It's 147 grams of K2, which is synthetic cannabis, can't say that. Whatever it is, you know. Okay, next. So
yeah, but before we
cannabinoids,
leave that,
let's go.
Yeah, before we leave that though, when you're talking about synthetic substances like K2, that's a very broad term, and there's no, I mean, just correct me if I'm wrong, but is there any specific formula? Does the FDA prescribe any particular formula for these substances called K2?
No, sir.
And oftentimes when you see these substances that come in, do you know every type of substance that is combined to make that paper lace substance?
We don't, and we rely on the MX908 machine to be able to help us identify what that is, because it's not like you're coming in with a Snickers bar that's wrapped up and you know what that's probably going to be inside.
Right, and have there been instances where some of this material that's classified as K2 actually test positive for the presence of fentanyl?
Yes, sir, absolutely. That's one of the compounds that can be used in that.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Next one's a really good case. It's Clements unit. This is a mail-in. This individual, former employee that never really got in trouble that I know of, that used to work for the agency, decided to go on the other side and start mailing in K2 and meth and other contraband. Go to the next photo. So, and this is a good one. This is $374,669 that we seized. We always like seeing cash that eventually can be turned around and used in combating contraband once it's awarded to the participants that, get their cut of that, and that helps us battle contraband. On the left is their liquid K2 in a jar, and then the scale they use to weigh that. So just to give you an idea, on the right photo, that's 1,571 grams of powder K2, so that's quite a bit. Then we had some K2 sheets as well that weighed out at 472 grams, 281 grams. Might be on the next photo. So that was a pretty good lick. So, and they were disguising this as legal mail on some of it coming in. So we're proud of that one. That was in Amarillo, still ongoing. So the other one we know that Mr. Clark talked about, he had a picture, one of our pictures, of a locker full of chemicals in his presentation. This was in Goodyear, Arizona, where we partnered up with the Goodyear, Arizona Police Department and state and local officials over there. This is an parolee on interstate compact from Texas to Arizona. I believe they will be coming back as our parolee here. But you can see on the left, and in the left two, first 1 and 2, almost looks like he went to the post office. They have all their mailers, they have all their envelopes, shipping labels, and they were shipping lace synthetic contraband into our facilities. And we see there's a little cash out there.
Including in a book that is entitled The Way to Life?
Yes, sir. And this is where we got legal mail stamps. We did this they got the stamps that say legal mail. You stamp the outside of the mail-in envelope and it says legal mail. We think it's legal mail, but it's not. But yes, sir. So they use religious mailers. I mean, any way that they think that we would believe that it's legitimate correspondence, they're going to try and test us on that. And that's the last one I have. I'll just let you know. Anyone after that? Right now, the men and women of OIG, along with TDCJ, we're out running 3 search warrants this morning. I know 2 have been search and arrest warrants. We found what we're looking for. So you'll be getting some messages from me in the next 24 hours on what that was. But they're out there hitting it every day, trying to make our prison community and facilities safer.
Well, as you hear from me many times privately, but I'll say it publicly, we, as members of the board, we very much appreciate the hard work that's going on by all the women and men within the Inspector General operation to combat not only this issue, but other multiple issues that are affecting the Texas criminal justice system. So thank you. Thank you, and please relay our thanks to them as well.
Yes, sir, I will.
Okay.
Chairman, do we have an idea, since this the crackdown you've been doing with your agency, with your department, about how many arrests we've made? And do we need to remind the people out there that we are arresting them? They're not escaping us. About how many arrests do you think we've made so far?
Last year we had 201 arrests. 56 were employees. The other 150 were visitors or other people visiting the unit. So we're at 201. We have a big number to beat this year, but we're well on the way of doing that.
Okay. And so we do want to remind the inmates and their family and the members and everybody out there that we are serious about drugs coming into, and contrabands coming into our facility.
Yes.
And we do plan to arrest them, right?
Yes.
We do plan to do that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
We have our Mr. Fordyce committee signs up that says zero, contraband-free zone. We put that up on every unit, and it's on the gates. It's at the highway gate. I mean, we're telling people up front that don't pass this line with contraband or you will be dealt with.
Thank you, Mr. Coleman, for that report. Appreciate you. The next item on our agenda is a discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the selection of Chief Audit Executive. We just heard from Mr. Cerrito and his plans to be leaving us at the end of March of this year. The Office of the Independent Auditor is an organization that reports directly to this board and assists the agency administrator by furnishing independent analyses, appraisals, and recommendations concerning the adequacy and effectiveness of the agency's system of internal control procedures and the quality of performance in carrying out the assigned responsibilities. So following Mr. Cerrito's announcement of his retirement, the board composed a selection committee to engage in a nationwide search process for Mr. Cerrito's successor. I would now turn the mic over to Mr. Fordyce, who was part of that selection committee, for a description of that search process. Mr. Fordyce?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got a prepared statement here I'd like to read. It says the selection committee was entrusted with the responsibility of the Director 8 Chief Audit Executive to ensure a competitive and transparent process. The position was posted on January the 5th and remained open for 1 month, closing on February the 4th, 2026. The vacancy was advertised on the TDCJ website, the Working Texas website, and LinkedIn. Following the close of the application period, applicants were reviewed to ensure that they met the minimum qualifications for the position. The selection committee conducted interviews with qualified applicants, engaging in thoughtful discussion regarding their prospective experience, qualifications, and overall stability to lead the office of the independent auditor. After careful consideration of the interview process and each candidate's professional background, the process was conducted with a careful evaluation of each candidate's qualifications and experience to ensure the board is presented with a well-considered recommendation for this important leadership role. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fordyce. And are there any questions or comments from the board with respect to this search process? If not, if there are no further questions, do I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice selection of Renee Russell effective March 1st, 2026.
I have a motion from Mr. Fordyce for the appointment of the office to the office of Chief Audit Executive. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion from Mr. Fordyce. I have a second from Ms. Zeiker. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Now, I believe we may have the person who will be taking on this role starting March 1st with us here today. Am I right? Where is she? There she is. Come on up. And first of all, congratulations. The board would not be making this appointment of you unless the board had the utmost confidence in your ability. You have shown your ability in working in this organization for a number of years. Those of us on the board have seen you in action, just like we talked about the high school principals in our Windham School District Board of Trustees meeting. We see you in action. We've seen you. We've seen the integrity with which you approach your work. We've seen the rigor. We've seen the professionalism that you exhibit, both with the staff within the independent audit function and also those within TDCJ and other state agencies with whom you are required to interact. And it is on the basis of all those qualities, I think, Mr. Fordyce, that just speaking for the board, that we are making the appointment that we are making today. So with that, I'll turn the mic over to you and give us your thoughts.
Absolutely. Well, first, Chairman Nichols, Vice Chair Johnson, members of the board, thank you. As I shared in my interview, serving this board and the Office of the Independent Auditor has been a privilege, and I'm honored to continue the work in this new role. While I may be moving just a bit slower physically right now, I can assure you that the division will not. I look forward to continuing and further strengthening our collaborative relationship with the agency to include Executive Director Mr. Lumpkin and the division directors seated behind me today. And I thank you again for your vote of confidence.
Thank you very much. And congratulations again. I would like to thank all of you for coming here today and remind you that the next meeting of the Texas Board of Criminal Justice will be on April 16th through 17th, 2026 in Georgetown, Texas. There being no further business, the 245th meeting of the Texas Board of Criminal Justice is now adjourned. It is 12:26 p.m. Thank y'all.